present generation do not know. So I'm going to ask parents, every Sunday from 6 o'clock, going to make it my business to ensure that we as a people get more involved in understanding our Caribbean and our world. So tonight I'll be having with me Janet. I normally call her Miriam Alexis, and she will be first live. She's already not in studio; she's in Antigua. So we'll be having a Zoom conversation with Miriam, and I'm seeing her smiles. She's ready to go. And if those of us who know Miriam or Janet, some of us know as Janet, some people know as Miriam. I'm sure she'll tell us how they used to call her at school. She was a Calypsonian. She was a former, not a Miss Dominica. I think, I'm sure she's going to say the same, that she won that night, but they gave that crown to Margaret Rose Kozlatig. and there is something that she's going to tell us, and I don't think I should tell you. When Margaret Rose had to represent Dominica, what happened. And these are some of the things that we are going to discover tonight. So I really want to say that tonight is going to be, so many things are going to be revealed. This is a daughter of the soil who has had her own struggles in life, but she has since then can say that she has succeeded, not to the fullest, because none of us really succeed to the fullest. And so I want to say that I am very much elated that we have, and I have with me tonight Miriam Janet Alexis. For our listeners, tonight we won't be having Mr. Adams. As a matter of fact, he's down with a flu, and when people have flu those days, they prefer stay home, and I'm happy that he is able to stay home. Not that he is that bad, but normally when people have flu, we try our best to get them to stay home or stay away from having to be in the public. We're not saying that he has COVID. We're not saying that his flu is that bad, but he will not be with us tonight. So I'll be doing the entire program on my own. I'm accustomed to that, and I want to say good evening to Miriam Alexis. Good evening to you, Miriam.
Good evening, Cecil. Good evening to you. I'm happy to be here. It's a privilege to be on Lakou this evening. And a special good evening to the viewing and listening audiences. And I must say, it's a privilege again to be here and to be invited to share my little side of history with my people of Dominica.
And I'm so happy that you could say yes to the invitation, because many people that you speak to sometimes, you tell them that they're going to be on social media and their voices are going to be heard on radio. You find that you'll find that they say no, and they turn down the offer. And I'm happy that
that is so true.
and I'm happy that you're able to say yes to the offer. I don't think you
It's my
understand
pleasure.
how I feel about that. Because tonight, and I'm excited for tonight, I'm really truly excited, because many people may not know of you. They may see you passing and so on the road, in Antigua, in Trafalgar, in Newtown, in Silver Lake, but they may not know of you. And I'm happy that I grew up around the same time that you grew up. Just that we never really crossed paths to be best of friends, but we have just been good acquaintance. And tonight I'm very happy that you are part of our program, The Lakou.
Thank you, Cecil.
No, Miriam, tell us a little bit about who you are.
I consider myself to be a Harlem girl, a Lakou girl. I was originally born in the Goodwill area, raised up to the age of maybe 2 or 3 in the Goodwill area. And then my parents moved to Newtown. And so most of my days growing up was in the Newtown area. And we resided right next to the Reliance dress shop that was owned by Ma Baba, who made the uniforms for all of the children in the Newtown area and beyond. And our home was right opposite the Reliance dress shop. And for those who know Ma JJ, we lived in the same yard with Ma JJ in a little shingle house. And we were raised right there in the community of Newtown. My brother Jonathan Alexis, Cyril Alexis, better known as Gemma, and my sister Anna Rose, and my bigger sister Marina Fontaine, and my sister who is presently in England. She left Dominica when she was 9. We called her Georgiana. So I was raised in that community of Newtown, Harlem area. And that's where I had my primary education. And from there, I resided at Silver Lake. Most people would know it at Fly City. And that was after Hurricane David. And we all knew, what happened after Hurricane David. And so we had to find another area to live. And so we went to Silver Lake, better known as Fly City. But I just want to go back to my Newtown days, Cecil.
Before you go to your Newtown days, I just want to say to you that quite a number of people are already following your live and listening to DBS Radio. Brenda Alexander, she said good evening.
Good evening, Brenda.
And Fee Francis, he said Queen Alexis. Cyril Alexis is your sister, I think. She said, sis, we are listening. Miriam Harris is watching. She said that she's watching. Also, Martina Roy, she said, good evening, watching from New York.
I remember that name.
And Fear Francis said that Mababa is a real Lakou name. And Sandra Jajak Frampton, hi, my girl, good night. I am watching and listening. And Glenda Defoe said good night.
Good night, guys.
So you have quite a number of 46 people already watching.
Oh my!
In such a quick time. And I can imagine when your stories start to open up, you're going to find so many people are going to be listening. So go ahead.
Yes, so Cecil, I just want to spend a little time on my days at Newtown. We grew up like every other child in Newtown. My parents were poor. We did not have much, but we were satisfied and content. My mother instilled good values in her children, and we were proud to be called children of Ma Andrew and Mr. Andrew. My father was a very, very little short man. I don't know how I got this height. Most of us are tall. And my mother was average height, and she was known favorably as Ma Andrew in the area. So we lived in the yard by Ma JJ, and our neighbors were people like Ma Flora, that's the Copels. One of their sons died the other day, and we grew up around Priscilla, Evelyn, and these people. And we had another neighbor by the name of Sugar Pie. Sugar Pie had a very big Bedford truck, and we would stay in the window, especially on a Friday night. We could not go out because my mother was, as Dominicans would call it, 7 days. And we would stay in the window and look out at Sugar Pie's truck and all the other persons who were on the street talking and conversing. But growing up in that community, we hear all the time that it takes a community to raise a child. And indeed, the community raised me and my other siblings. My mother was a very hard worker. She worked at the botanical gardens. where she cleaned and raked the leaves from under the trees. And there was a time when she became sick.
Let's hold that
And
thought. Let's hold that still. I think we are going um, in a way where you want to just give us all of the story. So let's go back a little bit
I'm
to
going too
Newtown.
fast.
Let's go back a little bit to Newtown, where you said that you're raised, because you can't remember from 0 to 3 years when you were in Goodwill, but you can speak of Newtown. And you said that you live in that corner, in that kuwe, in that Lakou, at the back of
Yes.
Mababa. Tell us a little more of that Lakou, that kuwe of Mababa.
Okay. We lived, as I said, opposite Mababa in that little shingle house. And we lived in the yard of the back. The front of our house was in Majeje's front yard. You know how these houses were. And growing up in that little community, all the members of the community took care of us. I remember as a child, we did not have much, and the community, rallied around my mother and to take care of us financially when we didn't have any food. The co-parents were really, really, really good to us. And persons surrounding the areas, my JJ, she would give us bread. I remember going to the shop whenever my mother had some money. She would send us to the shop where Alwyn had his shop. There's a lady by the name of, there was a lady by the name of Ma Oscar, called her Ma Oscar. And this is where we went to buy little things like a half gill of oil, 2 ounces of butter, 2 ounces of cheese, and most times we would make it stretch. We had no refrigerator, so my mother would buy the Blue Band or whatever the bottle, some blue something. I don't remember right now.
Blue
And
Band, Blue
because we
Band. The
did not
bottle
have
name
a
was Blue Band.
refrigerator, my mother would put the tub of butter inside of a pan or a pot of water, and it would stay fresh all the time. And so we grew up in abject poverty. I remember the church where we went helped my mother significantly with us. And sometimes when you look back at your life, sometimes some persons are ashamed to say where they came from, but I'm not. And I think that when we speak of where we come from and where we are today, it encourages someone else. I remember on the Sundays when there was a lady by the name of, what's her name again? She sold ice cream. I don't remember her name, but she sold the local ice cream. And she would be on the street, on the sidewalk, close to her house, turning the ice cream. And there were times when my mother would not be able to buy ice cream for us. And she would tell my mother, tell Andrew, send the children. Send the children. And we would go across the road and she would give us some ice cream, and that would make us so happy.
So let me
I
ask.
remember.
Let me hold on, because you're talking about the place that you actually came from.
Yes.
But earlier on, you spoke
Yes.
about the house where your house was. How many rooms were in that house?
Oh, Cecil rooms. We had one room. There was one room in the beginning, and it was divided by a partition. I don't know if you remember the Silotex partition, and that is what separated my mother's bedroom from the living room. And all of us slept in the living room on bedding on the floor.
Let's
So
let's take our time to talk about that. That's important.
Mm-hmm.
Like most of us, the partition, the Silotex partition, children today would not know of that.
No.
And some people would have a little, how you call that, that cloth, when you put by the windows, how you call
Curtain.
it? Curtain. Was your
Yes.
in that partition? Did you all have curtains, or it was just full?
Yes, there was a curtain separating the entrance of the bedroom, because that was private for my mother and my father. And we just had the front room. In the front room, we had a small wooden table, and we had 2 chairs, 2 welcome home chairs. and a lamp. And every week we used to shine those 2 chairs and the table, clean the lampshade every night, because there was a time we had no electricity and we had to depend on the lamp, the welcome home lamp, to give us light in the house. So you would find that we would try our best to do all of our work, during the day when it's light. And so if the evening came and we had homework to do, we would sit under the street light across the street where this lady, Ma Viola, lived. She lived on the other side of the street. And so that was the way we were raised. And that was what we had. We had a little kitchen outside the house, a little kitchen, and we had one of those kerosene stoves that you would pump. I think those came from Guadeloupe, I'm not too certain. And there was a glass bottle that you would turn over with kerosene oil in it that would give fuel to the burners. And you would have to pump that and light the stove.
So let's take that. Each of them seems to be interesting, very interesting. It's really getting me excited. Let's talk a little bit about the front of the house. Not the front, sorry. The drawing room, as we normally would say. The living room.
The drawing, right, that's right, the drawing room.
We say drawing room. I don't know why they said the drawing room. But the living room.
The living room.
Seven of you all. At any given time, all 7 of you all lived together?
No. I can remember for the most part, it was like about 5 of us, 4 or 5 of us, staying in the same room.
Okay.
So that would be our living room, our playroom, our bedroom,
So
would be.
So tell us, at night time, how would you all go about doing your bedding, your place to rest? How did you all go about it?
There was a particular time that we had to be inside. We were never children who loved the street, because my mother was very strict. And so when the sun set, we had to be inside. And so we would eat whatever little she gave us. We would pray, and we would spread our bedding on the floor, and we would go to sleep.
No,
we hardly had pillows.
Right. Oh, I'm coming to that. You spread what did you have? Crocker's bag.
We did not have any sheets like how you have now. We had old clothing, old skirt, old pants, old dress, whatever bowman, like how we would say in Dominica, whatever bowman we would find would be part of our bedding. And then we would have maybe something larger than the bedding, and we would spread it at the top, and that would be our bed.
So you all never had Crocker's bag? You remember some people would have Crocker's bag?
I don't remember the Crocker's bag.
As the base, the Crocker's bag as the base.
I remember the Crocker's bag.
So
I believe we may have had, but I don't remember. I don't remember the Crocker's bag right now.
Okay. Someone touched, right. So I was saying to you now, at night time, we'll take a little time before we get into the next part of it. PP, let's use the word PP. that's a common Lakou term. Any one of you peeping in bed?
Listen, Cecil, my sisters may be laughing right now at you asking that question. But I was a big girl, and I was still peeing my bed. And in the morning when I wake up, I would pretend like it's not me. And I would roll to the other side where it's dry, so my mother would believe that it's my other siblings wetting the bed, So we did have that problem. Well, I did, wetting my bed. And so we did have that
It's not
problem
wet in
in
your
our
bed.
home. But the thing is,
We cannot use the
I would
word
have
wet.
to wash the bedding.
Hold on,
Hold on. The bedding every morning before I go to school.
Hold on. We don't say wet in your bed. I mean, that's too much of a nice English word. Pee in the bed. Would you imagine? I do not know if that person knows your secret. Someone just said to me before I ask you the question, or at the same time asking you the question, he said to me, "Do not ask you about peeping in bed." I wonder why. You just gave the secret. You just said because when you pee in bed, you would roll your other sisters in
Yes.
for your mom to believe that it was them. What would your mom?
Because I did not want to get blown. I did not want to get licked. But they know the only piece on it in the house was me. So no matter what I did, my mother never believed that it was my other sisters. So I would get licks for peeing my bed, and then I would have to go out into the yard in a basin and wash all the pee bedding before I go to school.
So
and that's a problem, a lot of children had in Dominica in those days, wetting the bed, as we say now, but peeing the bed.
So peeing in your bed, by any chance, penis visited you all?
Boy, Cecil, at one time we had a spring bed, right? And I was still peeing my bed. And what we call penis, every time we had to clean and kill those penis, what you call bed bugs now, but it was still penis. And we had that problem because of me in the bed. But thank God my mother was a very clean woman, so it did not last very long, and that was one of my childhood problems, peeing my bed, pee in my bed. And my other siblings would tease me and call me piss on it. And I'm sure they're killing themselves with laugh right now. but those were the days. Those
Piss
were the
on
days
it.
as children. Yes. And one of the problems was too that, sometimes, Cecil, you're sleeping and you feel the pee coming, but you do not want to wake up. And I think that was one of my biggest problems, lazy to get out of the bed. Just pee the bed.
Is it because you had no toilets or you had no posy?
Well, we didn't have a toilet, and we had to get up to go and pee in a pail.
In a pail.
And I think that was another problem too. I did not like to get up to go and sit on that pail, right? And so I just pee the bed. I just pee the bed and suffer the consequences.
What kind of pail it was?
The white enamel pail. The white enamel pail. Sometimes they would caille, what we call caille.
Yes. I mean, Miriam, you're saying this, right? And I can imagine people our age can all relate that enamel pail, that white nasty pail, and when it caille.
Yes, of course. Of course. And you had the potties, you had what we call the tencel.
Yes, well, the tencel, yes.
The same, what made of the same material as the pail.
Right, but the potty would go for mommy and daddy, right?
The pail was for mommy and daddy.
Oh, the pail was for mommy and daddy.
We got a little bigger. Well, we used to use the tencels, but when we got a little older, we would use the pails. Yeah.
Martina,
and so when you use the pail, you have to early in the morning you have to find a place to deposit it.
Yes.
So and crossing the street in Newtown was our only option. Crossing the street and going by the bay to empty that pail.
Boy, that is something
before the sunrise, And I used to be a little poégigé girl.
You are pissanet. You are pissanet and you still poégigé.
Poégigé pissanet. You would find me running across the road early in the morning to empty that pail and running back before anybody could see me.
So what about when you get bad stomach at night? What happened?
Boy, Cecil, don't talk about that. That is where we had to deposit everything in that pail. But during the day, we would have to go by the bayside, and how it go if you don't have any toilet paper. Those nice round stones on the beach front would be your toilet paper. And then we would jump into the sea and bathe and come back come back home, as everybody else in the area did.
So it's not like as if you're saying that and no other person didn't do it. Everybody in
We all did.
in that
We all
area by
did.
Mababa did that.
Yes, we all did.
No, at night time, supper. What was supper like?
Supper could be a number of things. Supper was sometimes a piece of bread with butter and some bush tea. Supper would be sometimes just some bush tea, or sometimes nothing at all.
What about flour pap?
Yes, that was part of the supper menu at times, but there are times when there was just nothing at all.
What about
You know?
Bix? What about Bix?
Yeah, when that was there, when flour was available, we would make bakes, and when things were good, you know, my mother would make bakes and sardine, and that nice Dominican way of doing the cucumber salad, you know, and so there were times when we had little, when we had nothing, and times when she could afford to give us a proper meal.
No, I want to know about breakfast in the early mornings, especially on a Sunday.
Well, most times on a Sunday, she would try her best, and she would do some fried fish, kuliu, what we call kubo kuliu, and kai. She would fry that, and I don't know how she turned that fish into such a delicious dish. And we would have that with kako tea or kako pap, and we would have it with bread. Now we used to go to this bakery, Ma Wilsona Bakery, that was further down from our house. You cross the bridge in Newtown, and Ma Wilsona Bakery was just across the bridge, opposite the fisheries, where the fisheries is right now. And we would buy the 10 cents bread. The 10 cents bread was the two little bread stuck together, right? And so we would buy that. There was also the penny bread. And sometimes on a Sunday, we would go to Ma Wilsona shop and we would buy a mastiff, which was not very often, right? And we would have that with the cucumber and the kai, or sometimes sardine, and the kakoti.
That's
That was
Sunday.
On a Sunday, yes, and that would be a healthy breakfast for us.
Mm-hmm. So that a Sunday would be the first time you'll be eating mastiff in the week. No, 10 cents bread.
Yes, and sometimes when it's not there, we would have to resort to the bakes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And we were very satisfied. We were very satisfied children. You would not see us going around in the community and begging. There were times when there was nothing to eat, and you would pass and hear us singing. You would pass and hear us singing. And I remember, this brings me to a time when there was nothing at home to eat, and I remember that there was a bottle, a plastic bottle that she used to store her brown sugar in. But there was no brown sugar in the bottle. It was really empty, and we were home hungry. But there was the residue of the brown sugar stuck inside and around the bottle. And I lit that kerosene stove, and the water hardly boiled. But because we were so hungry, and I remember pouring the water in that bottle and just swishing it around. You know what you call wakte?
Yes, wakte.
Mm-hmm. So the water was barely sweet. It was wakte. And I gave my siblings from that. And Cecil, we were there drinking the wakte tea, the wakte glow show then. And we were singing, Jesus loves me, this I know.
Hello.
Now, what type of children? What type of children would be sick, would be hungry, and drinking wakte glow show and singing Jesus loves me, this I know?
For the Bible tell me so.
Sing,
let us hear you sing it. Sing it for us.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. They are weak, but we are strong. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. The Bible tells me so.
Can you imagine you
And then
Can you imagine
another one song was He's got the whole world in his hand. You know?
So you mean even when
And
go ahead, Miriam, you said that you sang.
and looking back at those days, it just taught me, it just taught me the values my mother taught us.
Hold on. You're telling me
to
that.
be satisfied.
So you're telling me
to rely on God and to have faith that He will provide.
So you're telling me that you are hungry. You make a wakte glow show with sweetened water, and you are saying to me, you're singing while you're drinking that, you're singing, yes, Jesus loves me. Everybody will know your business. And you said, what is the second song that you all would have sung? What's the second one? Jesus, you have the whole world.
He's got the whole world in his hand.
I want to hear you sing that one too.
And he really had us in his hands and the whole world in his hands, because we did not die from hunger.
So sing that one for us tonight. We want to hear how you're singing that. How all you used to sing that.
He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands. He's got the whole world in his hands.
Boy.
So he had us in his hands.
Boy,
because we are still here today. I am 60 years old, and I have not died from hunger.
Boy, that was Christianity to its best.
Yes, Christianity to the core.
And then Indeed. So you gave us a story of you on a Sunday, and you gave us an experience that you had with not having anything to eat. Now, I want to know a little bit about your mother, because you are saying all of these things to tell us that your mom and dad brought you all up well. Tell us a little bit about your mom.
Well, as I said, my parents were Christians of the Church of God Seventh Day in Goodwill, and that is where we grew up. I remember we went through the whole week, and when Friday comes, you have to get ready for Sabbath. And so we would scrub the floor because we didn't have any carpets. We would come from school, scrub the floor, and she would prepare whatever she's preparing. If she doesn't have it, we would eat at church, as a fellowship lunch. But I remember having one little white dress, and that's what I wore every Saturday to go to church. But, it's not what you have. It's not what you have make you the person that you are. Because my parents were strict, as I said. They taught us to be respectful. My mother was really, really strict with us, and she taught us good values. I can say that I am grateful today for what she taught me. It's still in me. I have raised my son the same way. And, through amidst the challenges I can say that she had, I can say that she did a very good job in raising us, as our mother. And we respected her despite the fact that she did not have much. My father played a role not for very long. And so she became a single mother for many, many years.
So hold that thought. Hear what Brenda Alexander said. Cecil, that was the same in my house. When we did not have anything to eat, we would sing and play too. So there's other people are like you.
Indeed.
Yes. You're just the messenger for some.
At that time. It was.
So you're telling us about that one dress that you had, that white dress that you had to put on every Saturday. Continue.
Yes, so we would walk from Newtown all the way up to Goodwill every Saturday to go to church. My brother, my sister, myself, my mom. And we would walk from Newtown to, what is that lane? Is it What is Lane?
Where you talking
I don't
about?
remember.
Winston Lane.
Winston
Winston
Lane.
Lane. Water Lane is
That's where the
lower down.
church was.
Yes,
That's where the church was.
Winston Lane. Right.
And the church played a very important role in our lives, teaching us the word of God and teaching us values from the word of God, which never left us, which never left me. I may have strayed at one time, but those values were always etched in the back of my mind.
A friend of yours
And
said,
so,
sorry, because we are just having a chat, all right, not an interview, having a chat. Someone just
yes.
said that is Glenda Sovereign. I think you know that
Oh,
person,
that's my cousin.
right?
That's my loving
She
cousin.
says, ask her to sing "Coat of Many Colors," and
Oh my.
your
Well,
sister
that's another story.
your sister said wonder if she remembers the line. This always bring tears, and I wonder why that brought tears to
Yes.
you all.
Yes.
You know, she said
Because the song "Coat of Many Colors" was our national anthem at home. When my mother was going through her struggles, there was a time when she became mentally ill, and she would be in and out of the hospital. The community, the Lakou, would look out for us, would feed us and take care of us, make sure that we are safe. And my older sister Marina, we had Anna Rose there with us, and my brother Jonathan was the only male in the house. And when things were really hard with my mom, and there was nowhere to turn, we would sit at her feet, and she would sing that song, and we all knew it. Back through the years, I go wandering once again, back to the seasons of my youth. I don't remember all the verses, all the words, but the chorus went like this. My coat of many colors that my mama made for me, made only from rags, and I wore it so proudly. Although we had no money.
I know, I know, I know. Your sister said that. Your sister said that whenever she sings it, she goes in tears. I can understand.
Yeah, although we had no money, but I was rich as I could be in my coat of many colors. My mama made for me. Those were the days, Cecil. Those were really, really hard days.
Yeah.
And whenever we meet together as family, we would sing that song. We would sing that song to remember her. And that song really resonates with us every time we hear it, whether on the radio or wherever. We remember my mom and the struggle she had,
Wow.
Yeah.
So you said that there was a time that your mom had mental issues, mentally sick,
Yes.
and you would have maybe relate it from the pressures of having to raise all of you all.
Yeah. From stress, Cecil. You see, it's only now that I'm an adult, I understand
I,
what it is
I think Janet, you touched something, and we are not seeing you anymore.
yeah,
All right,
sorry.
okay, that's okay, fine. Yeah,
Sorry about that.
yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that it's only now I am I am an adult. I understand what it is when you are a single parent and you have the stresses of life coming down on you, and you have all those little eyes looking at you, depending on you to feed them, you know. And so my mother went through a lot, as the people of Newtown would know. Um, Manju, she went through a lot, and she would be in and out of the hospital, Cecil. And because of the values my mother instilled in us, as I said, she used to work at the botanical gardens. And because of the values she instilled in us, Cecil, while she was at the hospital, we would comb, the bigger ones would come over here, we would tie our heads, and we would walk down from Newtown to the botanical gardens and do her work. Can you imagine 3 little children walking down the road at 5 o'clock in the morning? Those days were safe, right? And we went to the botanical gardens and did my mother's work.
So
And
she
then
was
there
a
was
cleaner.
another time
She was
where
a
she
clean.
was transferred to the High Court because the work was a bit heavy for her. And we went there as well when she could not, turn out to work, just to secure the wages that she would be able to use it to pay her rent, to send us to school, and to provide whatever it is that we wanted.
Just pause a while.
So my mother was a stalwart of a woman. Stalwart.
Just pause a while.
Very hardworking.
Just pause a while. Someone just said that those days made us strong people for today. That's Jennifer. Josephine Charles said that.
Oh, yes.
Miranda Harris said, thank God for the power of song. Yeah. Lauren Binwa said, tonight calls for for Kleenex tissue, which means people are going to be crying. Tears are going to be falling.
Yeah.
I know while you were singing this, someone said that they were in tears because it was touching. It also touched my heart too. Touched every emotions of mine. So you're saying that while your mom got sick, she was transferred to another department of government, and that was at the magistrate court. As a cleaner, right?
Yes.
So what did you all do, you said?
She was responsible for cleaning the yard, raking the leaves, so that when court begins at 9 o'clock, that the yard would be clean. Right? And I remember the sergeant of police there would admire us. He would say, I just admire your children. And it wasn't easy, but we had to do it. We had to do it because there were times when she was not able to go to work, and we had to fall in and just do what we had to do as children. And my sister Anna Rose Charles, she's now Anna Rose Charles Elwin. She's married to Daryl. They reside at Newtown. She's originally from Jubla, but she resides at Newtown with her husband, Daryl. And Anna Rose was one of the children who came to the botanical gardens or the magistrate court and cleaned. And when my mother retired, it was not a problem for her to just fit in. And I think she worked as a supervisor for over 30-something years, and she retired about two years ago. Yeah.
So that was that was what you all could have done for your mom, who was not so very well. Because someone just said that I was just saying today to my friend, I don't know what depression feels like. We went through so much. It's only by God's grace that we made it. And that is a telling story. So here it is that you all have to help your mom. Now, you are still living in Newtown. What was the day like? What was life like? With you said earlier on that your neighbors would have ensure that they see that you all did well. I want to know, what was life like? Anybody tease you all? Anybody, got at you all and said that you all are poor? Anything of that nature?
Well, the first thing I remember was they call it 7 days. 7 days, 1 week, never eat a piece of meat. That was.
I remember that phrase. I remember that people used to tease me about that too.
So we were not raised eating pork or crab and those things, and we were raised in the church, and so they used to tease us about that. They used to tease us about our clothes. They used to tease us about our mother's illness, and that used to make me very angry. And but apart from that, we grew up happy children despite the poverty, and we had a good relationship with our, the other children in the neighborhood. We would stay on the sidewalk by this man they call sugar pie, and we would play hopscotch, and we would skip rope, and we would be in the alley coming up to my judge's step. We would play marble hole. But in all the playing, we had to ensure that we did all our chores. My mother had a lot of plants in the yard, a lot of cotton, and we had no concrete no concrete yard, but stones, like what you call chipping, and we would have to sweep between the stones every day and ensure that the whole place is clean. But we were very happy children. And, you know, I used to love Newtown. And every time I come back to Dominica, I make sure I walk from the Newtown Savannah or from DBS Radio right up to my I'm dressed to the dress shop. And I would just walk and just reminisce, you know, on my childhood days growing up in Lakou,
No,
Newtown.
no. The sea was your bathroom, right?
Oh yes, the sea was our bathroom, but our neighbor Major J had a shower in the back of her yard, outside her yard. So occasionally we would go there to shower, or we would have to bathe in the yard from a basin, you know. But the sea was always welcoming,
What about the washing of clothes?
especially during the summer. Especially during the summer.
What about the washing of clothes?
Oh, washing the clothes. We would go to Lakou Canary. That was a very big river there. And now when I look at Lakou Canary, it's a small stream. So we would get up early in the mornings on a Sunday morning with the basin on our head. She would make a what you call a kapi. Is it kapi? I think it's a kapi.
Yes, a
And put the
tosh.
basin of
A
clothes on our
tosh.
head.
A tosh.
And she would say, woman, say that again?
A tosh.
A tosh, yes, a tosh. And me and my sisters, we would go up to like the cannery and we would, as my mother did when she go to the river, we would try to hustle to get the best stone where we would be able to roll our clothes, you know, because rolling the clothes made it very clean. I don't know about the washing machines now, but I used to love to roll my clothes. And the white clothes, we would bleach it on the stones all around. And those that were the colored clothing, we would put it, you know, ordinarily to dry on the other stones. But putting the clothes in the sun, on the stones to dry, Cecil, white as snow after you rinse it and you put it to dry again, you know? So we would go to Lakou Canary and we would wash our clothes. And after we had done that, we would take the opportunity to bathe. No swimsuits, so we would bathe just like we were born, right? And then we would go home with that, and my mother would hang out the clothes, but she would stand, you have to stand there, and she would take every piece of clothing and look at it, smell under the arm. If it wasn't clean, you know, you're getting one lick of that back in the basin. Whatever was clean, she would hang it out on the line.
So if you
And so
if you bring clothes
those were
bis,
our laundry days.
so if you bring clothes bis at home, you know you get a volley.
Every piece that is dirty, you would get a lick with it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you would get a lash with it, and she would put it back in the basin, and you would have to sit with a tub of water and wash it under the arm if it was not washed properly, or the color of the clothes. But those were our laundry days.
Sonia Williams said, "Good night, Miriam.
Good night.
I can relate to your story. Strong Newtown roots."
Yes.
So here it is that you are now in Newtown, and Hurricane David came. What happened?
Well, so that was a very bad experience. We were still staying in the little shingle house, and the hurricane came. And I remember my last brother, Benny was 2 years old. And, you know, the roof started coming off, and it was a really, really terrible time. And so we had to run out of the house, past my brother through the window. And we went across the street by this gentleman by the name of Mr. Boy. Mr. Boy had come from the States and had built a nice concrete house. And that is where we took refuge, by Mr. Boy. And then the following days and weeks, you know, we stayed there. I remember going to join the line to get ration, corned beef hash and chicken hash. Look, so I ate corned beef hash and chicken hash until right now I don't want to see any corned beef. You know, we ate so much of that, and we were, you know, allowed to get ration on a daily basis. So whenever often they were giving out the ration. And I was part of a community group in Newtown. So I had little extra privilege to get a little extra for my mom. But the Hurricane David displaced everybody, as you know. And so after Hurricane David, we went to live at Silver Lake, Fly City. And that's another story.
Huh. So I like what you just did. You said Silver Lake, Fly City. So you want
Yes,
to let's talk about Fly City. No, you are now residing at Fly City.
yes.
Right. So let us hear the story now of Fly City.
So at Fly City, Cecil, remember you don't have any home, so you cannot play what Dominicans say fresh. Whatever the shelter is, you just have to appreciate it. So at Fly City, we had a mixture of persons from all different backgrounds. And so we were fortunate to get a single house. But the other persons, they lived in what we call the long houses because there were many rooms occupied by many different families. And so my Desert Fly City, did something to me because when I saw how we lived and how other persons lived, in real abject poverty, that struck something in me. And I said to myself, I am going to pull myself and my family, if I can, out of this situation. And so that brought me to the time when, well, prior to that, though, Cecil, I went to Barbados. I had to travel to Barbados to go to school because all the Caribbean countries were accepting students from Dominica to go to school. So I attended the Metropolitan High School in Barbados for a little while, right? And I came back to Dominica, went back to the Rosa Girls School. I don't know why that happened.
So you
Went back
left.
to a
So you
primary
so
school.
hold on. In Barbados, you went to um a high school, a secondary
Yes,
school.
it was
For
both
how
a
long?
high school and a polytechnic school.
How long was that?
You know,
How long was that?
that was maybe about approximately 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
Then you
Hmm.
returned to Dominica, and on your
I
re-
returned to
and
Dominica
on your
and
re-
I went back to Rosa
so,
Girls School.
so on your return to Dominica, were you living in Fly City or were you living in Newtown?
We were living in Newtown after
Okay,
we were living in Newtown
okay.
because I think they had repaired the house somewhat.
Hmm.
I don't really remember because some part of my memory don't remember exactly what transpired within that time. But I know that I came back to Rosa Girls School,
Hmm.
wrote my common entrance, and then went to grammar school.
At the
Yeah.
time you went to the Rosa Girls School, who was the principal of the Rosa Girls School?
Um, I remember this little picky head lady, what Antigua and Dominica's what's called Pity Shivi, but we could see her scalp.
Hmm.
And because she had very short hair from Soufriere,
Miss
Miss
Seraphine?
Seraphine.
Yes.
Miss Seraphine
We used to
was the
call it double. We
principal
used to
at
call
that
it double
time.
chin, and we used to call it double
Double,
chin.
that's right, double chin.
Right.
And I remember Miss Seraphine found out that I was back, and my mother told her that I didn't have any uniforms. And she said, bring the child to school. So I used to go to school in my nice little Dan with my Bajan accent, and I felt I was, all of that. So I really felt important because I was going to school in my in my ordinary clothing and everybody else had uniforms. And so from there I would come in entrance and went to the Dominica Grammar School, my alma mater.
I hope
But
that.
coming back to Fly City,
Uh huh.
um, at the age of 17, Cecil, poverty continues,
Yes.
And I made a
So
decision.
hold on,
I was,
before
I
before
was,
before before you tell us about decision and you're talking about age of 17. Tell us what happened during the period of first form to the age of 17.
okay. First of all, when I passed common entrance, my mother could not afford to send me to school. She could not afford to buy uniform, shoes, bag, nothing at all. And so I had a very good sponsor. I don't know how they knew about it, but I was sponsored by Harlem Bombs, the original Harlem Bombs with Derek Green and those other guys, right? And what's his name? The guy Grell. I don't remember his full name.
Oliver Grell.
Oliver Grell. Those guys were the original Harlem Bombers. And so they sponsored me. I don't know if any one of them would remember, but I have never forgotten that. And I have not gotten a chance. I am 60 years old now. And I never had a chance to thank the Harlem Bombers for what they did for me. I'm concerning my education and for assisting my mother. And I went from first form to fourth form. And that is where I dropped out of school. But during my days at grammar school, Cecil, I was very active in singing calypso for my school. I was always in something. I was always in a skit. I was always in something. So I ended up singing calypso for grammar school.
What was your calypso name?
Right? Sister Jan.
Sister Jan.
Sister Jan. I sang.
So before you tell us what you sang, you would have sung with people like Brown Sugar, Swinging Janice,
yes.
Also
Bouncing
Bonnie,
who is now the Minister of Education.
So let's say that again. So you're saying to us that at that period, Octavia Bonnie was a Calypsonian.
Yes, she was.
And she was called Bouncing Bonnie.
She was Bouncing Bonnie. I remember she always had long hair. And I remember she had this song because she was Bouncing Bonnie. She was dressed like a rabbit with a long tail and bouncing up and down the stage, I remember that about her. I don't remember any of her songs, but I remember Bouncing Bonnie, Brown Sugar, Swinging Janice. We sang with against people like Element and these people.
So what about Elsa at this time? Elsa Proctor.
Yes, Elsa Proctor. And
there was this Riley girl, I'm trying to remember her name.
I'm all now, Cecil, so I don't remember all the persons who we sang with. But I remember, yes, Elsa Proctor was one of them.
And what about Riley? That Susan Riley.
Susan Riley. I don't remember her calypso name, but Susan Riley. And we went to school with people like Susan Dorival. I'm not sure what her title is now. And she works at NCCU. And, so I remember singing with all these girls.
And at that time you were going to school. Grammar school had a football team and some guys who were involved in athletics. So you had people like Irving Guy.
Oh yes, people like Irving. Is Irving Guy?
Yes, Irving Guy. He was a 100-meter sprinter.
Clint Roberts and those guys and Rodney Deja and Blah and those boys. We were
Chinese
supporting them. Whenever grammar school played against anybody else. Yeah, so those were memorable days.
And
we had teachers like Gabriel Christian, Gabu. Gabu was one of the teachers, very, very tall, dark, slim man, very handsome. I think I had a crush on him. And Gabu was one of our...
Can you imagine a student having a crush on a teacher?
One of our teachers, but we had some very good teachers at grammar school. And
And Mr. Savre, sports teacher.
Yeah, Mr. Savre, yes. We were very influential, very strict, but the students could relate to him. I remember, sometimes when I had my small issues, I would go and speak to Mr. Savre and he would listen. He would listen attentively and encourage us, and grammar school was just nice.
I remember one of your calypsos that you sang was about grammar school. Do you remember that song?
I don't remember everything. I think I remember one verse. But NC was my mentor and my writer. NC lived in that little lane.
Bath Road.
They call it Pupu Lane.
Bath Road.
Bath Road?
Yes, it's not Bath Road.
Bath Road was the main road, but there was a little road.
A little entrance.
where you would come off the main road, come off Bath Road, and come through that little lane.
Where the where the where
And
the
he lived.
where the church is now? You're talking about where Grace and Worship Fellowship, whatever is the name of the church of Pastor Rodney.
Well, I don't know what is there now, but I know that the Rastas had their place there. We used to go there to dance on African Liberation Day in that little alley there. But NC wrote for me. And one of the songs that he wrote for me was School Days. School Days are happy days. And if I may just sing.
Oh, someone told me it's Glover Lane. Someone said it's
I
Glover Lane.
remember.
Someone said it's Glover Lane.
Glover Lane, that's
Yes.
it. Glover Lane, right? So if you allow me to say so,
Yeah.
I'll sing what
Oh
I
yes, I
remember.
will. Oh yes, I will.
So I don't remember all the first verses, but the chorus went like this. School days are happy days, especially those of my grammar school. To go to school, it always pays. You will never be like a fool. I will say it loud and clear. I will say it without fear. Oh, yes. And the crowd went, boy, grammar school is the best.
Let's take a call quickly.
That's what I remember of this song.
Let's take a call.
The
Good.
grammar school was really the best at that time.
Let's take a call. Let's take a call. Good evening to you, caller.
You're talking about Boys Avenue.
What's that?
Boys Avenue.
No, we got the place. It was Glover Lane.
Glover Lane.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, go ahead. So
Yes,
that was the song. You remember that song?
NC was my writer. NC wrote about maybe about 6 songs for me, and it's so unfortunate I don't remember. I don't remember them at all.
So NC would have written for Swinging Janice, Brown Sugar. I think he would have written for the Minister of Education herself. That is Bronx Bonnie. So yes, he wrote for Brown Sugar, Swinging Janice, yourself, maybe around 5 of you all. I remember the competition many years ago that he would have done quite a lot of your songs for you, and I remembered the 2 years that Brown Sugar won over you all. You know.
But he was a very good writer. I'm just sorry that I heard that he's not doing too well, and I promised myself that when I come back home, that I would go to look for him. I'm not sure if he'll remember me, but I just want to pay him that courtesy and to go, look for him.
Netball. Did you play netball in grammar school?
No, I did not.
What about?
I did not play any kind of sports. I was not a good runner. I told you I was lazy. I'm Cecil. If I lazy piss on it, I never used to get up from my bed to go to the pencil or the potty or the pail. So you want me to be engaged in sports. I did not like sports. I did not like no kind of sports. The only thing I enjoyed was when Harlem played football. I would go to watch the guys play. But I never liked sports. I like to organize and to organize activities, but I never participated in sports. So yeah.
You're now going to school, right? What was your mother expression while you were going to school? I know that she was under pressure. What was her expression about you growing up? Were you a rebellious girl? I know you couldn't have been, but sometimes you would be as a teenager. What would your mother do to you in terms of punishment?
Well, Cecil, I'll give you a joke, and some persons who are familiar with the story would I'm sure they're going to laugh. You're growing up as a young girl and you see boys that you like. But I had a little boyfriend, and my mother sent me to the shop one day. Now there were 2 shops. My Oscar shop, which is just about 2 minutes walk away from us, and Clem Have shop, which is all the way down past the bridge. And because I wanted to see this young man, I went to Clem Have shop. And I went down the road with the message in my hand, and I forgot myself, Cecil, and I am talking to the young man, and I felt wood up in my back. My mother came along the road, you know. She knew exactly where I went. And so she was very, very, very strict with us. But as young people, you have your little rebellion in you, and you feel you feel you're big and you can do what you want.
So
And so that was the result of being disobedient or having my own way.
so she
And as children growing up, I would have my own way. Sometimes I would do what I feel like I would disobey as any young girl, but I would suffer the consequences, because she was not afraid to beat.
so
She was not afraid to beat.
she never spat on the ground and send you and do message and say to you, see kwasha sa she
Well,
she
Cecil,
one problem eh, man?
I think I was one of the children who was chastised in that way. She would send me to the shop or send me across the street, wherever she sent me. She would say, Moka kwashe la. Ebe si we kwashe sala, how you say drawing patois?
She
She. Moka bawo, miziku. So I had learned my lesson. So, boy, I would take off and come back so quick, But I had my time when I was disobedient.
So let's go back.
And doing my own thing.
So let's go back to grammar school now. So you are in grammar school. You are singing calypsos every year. You arrived now in fourth form. What was the next move while you were in fourth form?
Well, when I got to fourth form, Cecil, things were not very good at home. I was still struggling. And I said, something, I think I am finished with the school thing. I'm going to work to help my mom, right? At that time, we were at Fly City. And so
you want to hold a while? You want to hold a while?
Yes, sure.
Yeah, someone's on the call, on the telephone, sorry. Good evening to you,
What I
caller.
was just saying, lady who studied ice cream was Francilia. She spoke about buying the ice cream, Francilia.
Francilia, that's it.
Thank you.
That's it, caller. Not Francilia, yes.
Right. So go ahead. So you're now talking about leaving school.
Yes. So I made a decision to go to work, and I got a job at Knitwear Products in Canefield, and Knitwear Products was owned by Neil and Massey, a company out of Trinidad. And I went to work there, and we made, they produced T-shirts and baby clothing and men's boxers. And I worked there for a little while. I think it was about a year, almost 2 years. And so my take-home pay was $90 a week or a fortnight. I don't remember exactly, but it was $90. And with that $90, I could provide food for my family, my siblings and my mom. I could pay my bus fare to go to work every day and back. And I was able to buy myself little things and to have a meal when I go to work.
By that time, you, as you said, you're always involved in social groups and so on. You would have been in a group at that time, having to go to work. Would you have been in a group, and what type of group that you were in?
Okay, I was part of the Whitey Kubuli Dance Theatre Company for many years. I danced with Raymond Lawrence for many years. And I also, we had already moved from Newtown, so I was not part of that group anymore. But I was also part of another group when I resided elsewhere.
No, I want us to go back a little bit, because I think we move a little bit quick from Fly City. Let's go back to the life of Fly City before we go into your employment and so on. Let's go back to Fly City. As a girl going to school, what was the life like in Fly City? And I'm deliberately using the name Fly City, which later on I'll say Silver Lake.
Well, Cecil, look, living in Fly City was very uncomfortable. We had no running water. There was a lone standpipe right next to our house outside the galvanized fence. So we used to access water from there as everybody else in the neighborhood. The dump, I remember that distinctly, the garbage dump, the rubbish dump was in the area of Louisville, in Louisville area at the time. There were no houses in Louisville. The houses that are there now were not there then. And so whenever we had a meal, we had to use a piece of cardboard or a piece of paper because the flies were just constant. I think the flies extended all the way to Bath Estate. It affected them as well. And then in the evenings, when you're sleeping, you smell that smoke from the dump, you know? And I think up to this day, I don't like smoke, Cecil. I don't like the smell of smoke because it brought those memories, it always brings those memories back. But living in Fly City, Silver Lake, it was a close-knit community. Everybody knew everybody. There were people like Mary Ville and Annette, we called her Ma Annette, and Felix, there's a guy by the name of Felix. He's from Pottersville, but he ended up living in Fly City. Ma Alex used to work at this place, this food shop close to Kentucky. Kentucky was not there at the time.
You're talking about
but
Flossie?
There was a little food shop.
A food shop.
In that area. And Ma Alex used to work there. She has a daughter by the name of Joanne and Brian. She has a son by the name of Brian. So, that was our community, Fly City. And I remember it was not a clean community, but there were times when we used to come out and clean, and the others would join us because my mother was always a clean person. And they would come out and help us to clean, and we would clean the whole community from the road all the way down to the riverside, and we would clean up the place. And that was our community. And despite the challenges that we had with the flies and the inner city behavior of the people, we loved living there, for a while. But when growing older, you find yourself not being comfortable as a young person. And there were times we were ashamed to tell people we live at Fly City, but that is where we live. And we just had to make do because we had nowhere else to go.
Someone just said to me about Rita Kaka. Who is Rita Kaka?
Yes, I remember the name now. But and people like Evil Dog, my younger siblings would remember the names more than I do because I spent a lot of time out of Silver Lake. Although I lived there, I spent a lot of time out of Silver Lake as a big girl.
No. I remembered as a boy myself growing up because we are around the same age group, that Astafans and We Church, all of these people used to go and dump their expired meat and their expired groceries in that area. Living close to Fly City, were you one of the children who would have gone to Fly City to get your foodstuff to survive?
Of course, Cecil. I mean, the wholesalers would come with the truck and dump meat, chicken and so on. And everybody who lived in that area would go up there, including ourselves, my mother. We would go up on the dump and choose the best of what we could find. And she would come home and prepare a meal, with it for us. And those were the days when we were really, really poor. I'm telling you. And we had a meal out of the dump. We had our meals, most of our meals out of the dump. Sometimes they would pick up other things from the dump, furniture, plates, forks, utensils and so on. And we ate from the dump. So I know when I look at documentaries where children eat from the dump and people say, oh, sometimes you can't believe this is happening around the world. It happened to us. It happened to us in Dominica. And I'm not ashamed to say it happened to us because, you see, when you would have experienced things like these, it makes you value the little that you have. It makes you value the little that you have, So yes, we did. We did go to the dump.
And I'm happy that you can say that, because sometimes people think I'm making joke or I'm not talking the truth. I tell people I've been to the dump myself as a boy growing up. I think maybe that's one of the reasons as a young boy I decided not to eat meat again because I have not eaten meat for over 40 years, close to 50,
wow.
Maybe because of that, I remember in those days, that's where barbecue started, the style of barbecue started, You had so much of that, You had that yellow pail. I'm not so sure what pail that you all were having, but we had that yellow pail that we would have gone and get our chicken, whatever chicken pat that was placed there, we'd have gotten it, or whatever thin stuff that they threw at the time, we would have gone there, corned beef, whatever it is. And so according to you, you had that same kind of life. Now in Fly City, there was a longhouse, one longhouse,
I think it was
two,
either two
one at the
or
back
three
and one at the front,
longhouses.
right? And you lived in the longhouse, or you all had a
No,
single?
we were fortunate to get a single house with kitchen, small kitchen, and 2 bedrooms. It was 2 bedrooms or 1 bedroom. I don't really remember, but we resided there. And the longhouses, the other families, multiple families occupied the longhouses, and we considered ourselves to be fortunate. It's like living in Copthall. One side was like Copthall or Goodwill or Santa Roma, and the other side was like the Fly City. So we were fortunate enough to get one or two reside in one of those houses. And so we had our own space. And my mother could plant her flowers again and fence the yard, so we were fortunate to have our own space.
And at the same time, you had family members, like cousins, that maybe live the same life with you. And sometimes, when people see of your success story, they tend to wonder. So for instance, Gloria, we call her, I think, something,
Yes,
Lioness.
Gloria Walsh was my cousin.
Gloria Walsh, right.
And her brother,
Sugar George, right. Sugar George is,
Sugar George, Ian. Ian is my cousin, my first cousin, because my mother and Ian's mother are two are sisters by both mother and father, right? And so Gloria, Zena, Glenda, they grew up in Newtown as well, and they were part of my Lakou days because their mother, we called her Bingy, but she was called Brooklyn, and Bingy would feed us as well when we had nothing, when we were going to school. We would go down at her house and she would give us something to eat, or when we were coming back from school, she would also give us something to eat. So they too had their days, their Lakou days. And we had real struggles. And I just want to big up my cousin Ian, Sugar George, because he has done well for himself. I mean, nobody knows his story, and I know he doesn't like any publicity. He doesn't like publicity, but he had his days, and he has worked very hard before coming back to Dominica to be where he is right now. So I just want to applaud my cousin, my cousin Glenda, his sister, is in St. Martin. She's a nurse up there. She was a nurse before she left. And my cousin Zena in St. Martin, who owns her own business in catering and so on. And whenever I go up to St. Martin, I would go up and assist her because I do catering as well. So we had our days growing up as children. They too had their Lakou days.
Can you imagine that, Miriam, that the struggles of life helped in building and developing people like yourself?
It does, and it only makes you stronger, Cecil, because if you have everything on a platter given to you, you're not going to know the value of working hard. You're not going to know the value of valuing little. And when you do not have, it's going to become a problem, because these days, Cecil, you find young people are not satisfied. Children are not satisfied with what they have. We never had cell phone in those days. We never had telephones. We never had any of those things. And if I had to relive my life again, I would choose my Lakou days as a child. I would choose my Lakou days as a child, because growing up as a child now, in this day and age, I mean, even with my job, I see what happened to young people when they're not satisfied. You understand? So I would choose my Lakou days every day.
So living in Fly City, and as I said, I deliberately using the word Fly City, because later on I'll be able to use the word Silver Lake. Living in Fly City, how did the people of Trafalgar, Fokani, what even looked at you all?
Listen, Cecil, when there were people who would walk from Trafalgar to town, because those days people used to walk, before Monfouet came down, the big landslide that came down into Fokani. But when people got to Fly City, they would put an extra pep in their step, because they did not want to even be seen walking through Fly City. And so persons would look down, persons going from that area, they used to look down on us. The whole of Dominica used to look down on people who resided at Fly City. And good things came from Fly City.
Yes.
And good things can still come from Fly City.
Someone
so
said
it was embarrassing to say that you live at Fly City, but that was our home.
Yes.
That was our home.
So someone said when mise palamo, the person saying that misery is not deaf. You can always fight back,
It makes you strong. Makes you strong, and it builds character.
So let's go back now to you working at that place, and you are, as you said, a member of the Whitey Kubuli Dance Theater. Give us that story.
So I danced with Kubuli for a while, and I worked at Nature Products. While at Nature Products, I'm dancing with Whitey Kubuli. In 1985, I was approached to become a Carnival Queen contestant. I said, so can you imagine a little girl from Harlem, from Charlottesville,
living in Fly City,
and you're asking me to go in for Carnival Queen?
Can you imagine that?
My self-esteem was very low. The only time I felt like I was important was when we had to sing in church, and when I was dancing on stage with Kubuli, I felt like somebody. So when they approached me to become a Carnival Queen contestant, I was like, oh, But then with the extra push from people like Raymond Lawrence, thank you, Raymond, and a few more people, and it's a bully who prepared one of my dresses. I took the chance and I went in. And the only thing I had loved about myself at that time, I was very slim and my hair was very long. So I felt, good in that area. So with the extra push, and from my family were behind me, my friends, the whole of Newtown was behind me, Harlem, the whole of Fly City was behind me. I was the queen, And so I felt that I had to represent by people. Trafalgar, the Valley, everybody was behind me. And so I entered the 1985 Carnival Queen.
Just hold on a while. Your
pageant.
cousin said that Mr. Josephine Gabriel was always there for the people of Silver Lake, and she said, "May his soul rest in peace."
That is true. And may his soul rest in peace. You know, he was always there. He always donated. He always brought stuff. I remember going down to the Coca-Cola factory. Whenever we passed, he would call us to drink, to give us soft drinks, juicy, Coca-Cola.
Coke, not juicy, not Coke, not Coke, not juicy, Coke. Or Fanta.
Coke.
Fanta.
But we had juicy. We did not have juicy.
Juicy was somewhere else. Was made somewhere else.
So juicy was on the way to Canefield.
Canefield, that's correct.
Right. So it was Fanta and Coke.
Right.
Well, Dominicans would say Cokes.
Fanta and Cokes. You're correct.
Fanta and Cokes. Right. So Mr. Gabriel was always, giving to the people of Silver Lake. And not only from his business, he would give us a ride whenever he see us walking. He was a very, very gracious man.
So now here it is. You were approached to be a pageant in 1985. That's the year?
1985, that's correct.
1985 pageant. And here it is, a gentle femme called Charlottesville, a fly city. For persons who do not understand, I'll repeat. A young lady from Newtown and Silver Lake, or Fly City, is approached. Who approached you? Who told you so?
Honestly, I don't remember, but I remember Raymond was one of the persons who encouraged me. If I remember clearly, maybe Anissa Bully had a part in it, saying that she did one of my dresses, and my family, community members, and so on. And I don't think much people really knew about it until the photos start coming out. I was sponsored by Winera in St. Lucia. Winera is the company that produced the cardboard boxes for the bananas. And so I was sponsored by them. And Cecil, look, when I heard I was sponsored by Winera, I never heard of them. And I kept asking, so what is Winera? And they told me. I said, what? These people really sponsored me, And I started feeling so good about myself. And so when the pictures started coming out, I had the best photographer. And I still think, despite his other profession, I still think he's the best photographer. My photographer was Duncan Stowe, right? And that man made me look like a queen. He took many photos of me, different areas and so on, that they would, put out in the various showcases around Roseau. And people started talking from there. And I started, gaining, popularity, and that was it. So I went in. Raymond helped me with my talents, especially the part with the dance. My talent was depicting me traveling abroad. And I was saying to Dominica, it doesn't matter where I go, I will always come back to you time after time. That's a song by Cindy Lauper. And I had my ballet dress and my ballet shoes, and and I went up with all the confidence that I had, and I went on stage and I did my thing.
No, before we talk about on stage, your sponsor, you said, was in St. Lucia. What did they do for you?
Winera.
What Winera did for you?
Winera bought all my clothing, my hairdo, sponsored my makeup. I mean, Cecil, I have never worn such elegant clothing. And when I saw the type of clothing that they sponsored and all what they were doing for me, sponsored my costume. My costume was built by Albert
Albert Pee Wee?
Kiwi?
Albert Pee Wee.
Yes.
That's how we knew him.
Albert was my costume builder. My costume was named Cleopatra. And when I saw all what these people did for me, I said, no, I have to go there and perform.
So,
And by that time, I had gained more confidence in myself.
So let me ask you.
At that time.
Sorry. I remember, because I have some good memories, that it was said in those days. I remember conversation by many people. Oh, this company sent for this girl to come to St. Lucia. Was that true? Ever true? Did the company send for you in St. Lucia?
Yes. After the Queen show, the competition in Dominica, I traveled to St. Lucia and I met with Mr. Labossiere. He was the manager of Winera at the time. I stayed at their mansion in Castries, and I got an opportunity to visit Winera, the factory. And to my amazement, there was a photo of me on the wall, and I really, really, really felt good. So they did all of that for me. Yeah.
And then you said that they sponsored you in a big way. I'm sure that you want to elaborate on that big way for us. So sponsors or people who are thinking of sponsoring Girls for the Future can think of the things that you said.
Yeah, it covers everything. You cannot sponsor a Carnival Queen contestant or a beauty contest pageant contestant halfway. You have to go all the way because the hair have to be done. You have to go to the different functions prior to the show. You have to do the dress, the swimsuits, the costume, the shoes, everything. It entails everything. So that entails full sponsorship of a Carnival Queen contestant. And I can imagine, and the costume, don't talk about the costume. The costume is the most expensive part of it, and I was very grateful that they sponsored me. I got a very good sponsor.
No, they're sponsoring you. And you said you came from a poor family. And now having to put things that you never thought that you would have put on you. Maybe going to restaurants that you never thought that you'd go to. Foods that you ate that you never thought that you would have eaten.
Mm-hmm.
Give us that kind of excitement. Let us feel how you felt.
Well, Cecil, the first time we went, you have to attend your etiquette sessions to learn how to use a knife and fork. Which cutlery to use first.
Let me ask you. I'm a non-Beth. At that time, were you able to use a knife and fork?
Yes, I could. Because I always had that thing about me. I always wanted to pull myself and my siblings out of the poverty and being accustomed to nothing. So when we were home, the little that we had, I used to set the table, and whether I did it right or wrong, but I always knew, where to put the knife and the fork. And I trained my siblings, my nieces and my nephews, when they used to spend time with me. Sometimes they would cry because I would tell them, listen, nobody eating any food here today unless you'll use the knife and the fork. And so I could use the knife and fork, but when you go to fine dining, you have many pieces of cutlery. And so although I could use the basic knife and fork, I had to go to my etiquette sessions to know that the spoon all the way on the far right is for the soup first, and then you come in closer to the plate every time a course is changed. And so it wasn't too much trouble for me to use the cutlery. But when we went to the first dinner, Cecil, I stood there and I looked at the meal and tears came into my eyes because I felt a bit of guilt to know that here am I eating this lovely meal. I don't remember where we went. And I remembered my mother and my siblings at home. And so if I could have taken some of the food home to them, I would, you know? And so I felt that that was a good life. I wanted to have more of it. And so, I continued on that path after the Queen Show, to learn more of life and the nice things of life and the fine things of life and so on. Yeah.
And preparing for Miss Dominica, it would have been tedious.
Very.
And every morning you wake up, you're thinking, Fly City, Newtown, Fly City, Newtown. I'm gonna come out last. I don't think they just have me there as a number, as a person. I'm gonna come out last, but I'm gonna try anyway. I'm sure that went through your mind many times.
Yes, so and that was it. I doubted myself because of where I came from, because of who I was, and then the other girls, they came from another community which was considered to be a little on a little higher level, than Fly City. I mean, when you have people like Margaret Rose Latin, just the name made me feel inferior, But something happened to me on that night. So, but prior to that, during practice sessions, people, everyone kept pounding me. Miriam, you can make it. Miriam, you can make it. My chaperone, I don't remember her name, but I think her last name is Henderson. She lives at Goodwill, and they used to be pounding at me, Miriam, you can make it, you can make it. And that started boosting my confidence. And I would give it my all when I go to practice sessions, to my talents, walking in my shoes and, practicing to walk.
Walking in your shoes.
Interviews.
Hold on. Walking in your shoes. You gave us the story. You gave us this,
that I was not accustomed to.
Right, you gave us the story of you having that one dress.
Because it's my pushing and my Toyota and my Chinese shoes. That's what I used to do.
Your black Chinese shoe,
right?
Your pushing,
yes,
and your Toyota.
And my Toyota.
That's what you know. And their talon rough.
You understand?
Back of your heel rough.
And now I have to put on this high heel. You should have seen me, walking that shoe for the first time, like a robot. But I was always a graceful person, so I adapted well and carried myself well.
Caesarina said that. Caesarina Augustine said that you have always been a classy girl.
Thank you, Caesarina. Thank you, love. Thank you.
No.
Yes, so the practice sessions were rough. You had to really come up and do your best. And I did not want to fail the people from Newtown and the people from Fly City and the people from Trafalgar, and my sponsors. I really wanted to put out my best.
How many times you said that you're stopping? How many times you said I'm not going back again? How many times you said I'm not going back again? I'm not going back to practice. I've achieved that.
It never crossed my mind, Never crossed my mind. I felt intimidated, like maybe the week before the show, because we went to get our hair done.
Yeah, tell us
and
about
my hair was thick, so thick, and maybe about this length. It was very thick and bouncy. And when I went to do my hair, I don't remember what they cleaned my face with, but my face started breaking out. That is 1 week, Cecil, before the Queen Show. And they chopped off most of my hair. I do not wish to call the name of the hairdresser now, because it's a very popular family. But I felt it was done on purpose. And so my self-esteem just took a dip. And on the night of the show, I had to wear very heavy makeup so that my skin would not show. But my skin really broke out and my hair was short. And I felt that really made me angry. And so the night of the pageant, I performed with a vengeance, because I said I'm going to give it my all, you know, for the way I felt.
Now, leading up to the pageant that week, intense practice, rimon in your ears, your chaperone in your ears, and you can be frustrated, but you have to obey.
Yeah.
Now, the other ladies, were you all practicing almost at the same time in that last week?
Yes, because we had to go to Carnival City at the time. That was on the grammar school grounds, and we had to practice walking the stage and things like that. But we never practiced our talent for any of the other contestants to see. So it was basic walking, you know, and your modeling style and so on, and walking the different points on the stage, your turns and you know, focusing on the crowd and your eye contact and things like that. But never the talent. The talent was practiced separately.
Make,
So
make,
I used to be at the Arawak House of Culture where Kubuli practice, and that's where I did most of my practice session for my talent.
making it worse that you are not accustomed to high heel, and you have to watch the young ladies doing the graceful walking in the high heel. I can imagine you saying, boy, I wonder if I can do that. And I can imagine you at home.
At one time I thought my shoes was too high. But I had to get used to it, and I really got used to it.
Your
And
ankle ever hurt?
from then, when I got used to that high heel shoes, you could not find me walking in a flat shoe that often. You know, I fell in love with heels, and you know, everywhere you saw me, I would be wearing my heels.
Now, you spoke to us about that one meal, but you would have had to go to other restaurants and other hotels. Which were the hotels that you would have visited at that time in Dominica?
I remember we went to Evergreen Hotel. At the time, Evergreen was a fabulous place. That's in Citroneer. I remember we went to Fort Young Hotel and quite a few other places that I don't remember right now, but we had a good few outings.
Would you remember the other ladies besides Margaret Rose that you would have been with for that pageant?
I don't remember the names. Honestly, I don't remember the names. But I remember faces. There was this girl, I don't remember if she was from Marigot or Wesley, wherever she was from. And on the night of the show, she was really loud with her talent, and I think she was losing it. But a few years after, this white guy who was at the show really fell in love with her and married her. But I don't remember all the girls I don't remember most of them. I think it was maybe about 5 of us. Yeah.
Just 5. No. So the night of the show, give us a rundown of the night of the show. Or let's take it from the morning. You're up. You're living where you live, in Newtown or Fly City, or both.
Both places. I was between Newtown and Fly City.
Okay.
But I spent around that time. I spent most of my time at Fly City, at Newtown, because that's where my boyfriend lived at the time. So I spent most of my time there, but going back and forth.
Saying about your boyfriend, did he at any given time say to you, Miriam, ki bagay sa wakala di na? What thing you going in Miriam? Huh? People have to criticize
Honestly,
you.
I don't remember. You know, if he did, I don't remember, but I don't think he did. At the time, he and his family, they really rallied around me, and you know, they really came out to support me.
Okay, all right. So that morning you woke up preparing for the show. You're now very much more confident. You're saying, I'm coming for the crown. Who did you feel that night or before the night of the activity of the pageant, that you felt that you had to fight to win that crown over?
I was very nervous. I was very, very nervous. I mean, I had butterflies in my stomach from the time I woke up in the morning. I was very, very, very nervous. And I started, I started saying to myself, I wonder if I should really, continue with this. But seeing that I had so many people around me, my self-confidence was all the way up there. And my family was behind me, the different communities were behind me. And the whole of Kubuli Dance Theatre Company were behind me, Raymond and Anita, and my sponsor, Miss Henderson, my chaperone, Miss Henderson, and and I really wanted to make my sponsors proud after spending so much money. I could not back down, but I was very nervous. And I remember walking into Carnival City that night, and I was literally shaking, Cecil. I was literally shaking. And when I got to the back of the stage and they started doing my makeup and so on, I started calming down. I started calming down because I knew that I had people people in my corner. And I know that I had to go there to do my best.
So you were number what that night?
Oh man. I don't remember if I was number one. I think I was number one. I think I was the first contestant. I don't remember clearly, but I think it might have been number one.
When you heard your name, what was your first?
It was like a dream.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I prepared for this, and now it's really happening. It was like a dream. And but I was not shy. I was not shy because I danced with Kubuli all the time. So I was accustomed to the crowd. I was just nervous and I'm concerned that I would maybe forget my lines or forget my dance or trip on the stage, something. I was fearful that something unfortunate would happen on that night on the stage, but I pulled through. I pulled through with my talent, my swimwear.
Let's take it one by one. Let's take it one by one.
Everything.
Let's take it one by one. So introduction time. They call you. You came on stage. You walk. That part is not being judged. You look at the crowd. You saw the crowd. You tell yourself, okay, I'll be back again. Now, when the judgment time came, I'm sure that you would not have you would not have seen the girls.
That was heavy. That was heavy. Mm-hmm. I remember almost everybody at the back of the stage came to me and said, Miriam, you did well. You did very well. Okay? And in my mind, Cecil, based on my performance and based on the response from the crowd, although I don't think the crowd response have any points, but based on the crowd response and based on my performance, I knew within myself that I had won. And this is the first time I'm saying so. I mean openly in public, but I knew that I had won. And I had confidence that I had won. But the judges saw it differently, and so I could not blame the young lady because she did not judge herself. But I knew that I had won.
So when they said second runner-up, Miss whoever it was, and dun, 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 you know the MC already. Who was the MC that night? Raymond Lawrence?
Yes, having you in suspense.
Raymond was the MC?
I don't remember who it was.
You blank on that one.
My mind was so clouded that night, and I just wanted to hear the results. Mm-hmm. I did not remember who the MC was.
So when they said, they call you Janet or Miriam at the time? Miriam?
Miriam. Yes.
Miriam Alexis. What was the expression?
It was the first runner-up. They called the second, the third runner-up, mm-hmm. The second runner-up. No, the second runner-up, the first runner-up, and then the crown. Mm-hmm. And when they called the second runner-up, I said, okay, all right, so that's gone.
Mm-hmm. So you not know where
then they called the first and then they called the first runner-up position. And they did not call the name right away. You know, they have to do all their antics and so on. And they called my name. So I stayed on stage and I saw the reaction of the crowd. There were barriers barricading the stage. I saw the barricades went down, and when they called the Carnival Queen position, I saw some bottles flying. I could hear people down there cursing, you know, and I felt bad for her because, I mean, she did not go and say herself. But yeah, people were upset. People were really upset about the decision. But the judge's decision, as they say, is final.
So here it is.
And I accepted my first runner-up position. And, you know, that was that.
So here it is. Met pisse in Caban.
Maybe one of the judges knew I was a pissanit. Maybe that's why they did not give me all the points that they wanted to give me.
Met pisse in Caban. Here it is. Singing calypso in grammar school. Going in the dump and eat and get chicken to eat.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
Having to carry water. Versus another person who would have had it all. She has her father has transport. She has veranda house. She has several rooms. She has a title, Kuzlatig. Over you. Immediately when you heard your name, you felt that way. You felt that way.
Yeah.
I felt that. And the people who themselves felt that you should have gotten it themselves felt that way, that they gave it to a name. Now, before they would have said what position you came out, what awards that you received?
I got best costume. I got best costume, best in costume, and the best, you know, the best design costume. I remember that well. I don't remember if I gotten best talent. I don't remember, but I know for sure that I had gotten best costume.
No. Someone just said, I can say the name, Brenda Alexander. We in Kubuli knew that she was the queen and her crown was stolen from her. That's what that's what Brenda just said, you know. The talent of being in the ghetto got Margaret Rose the crown. The talent of being in the ghetto got Margaret Rose the crown. I had someone say that was sad. So here you are. You are now first runner-up. And you had to parade on the streets of Roseau Carnival Monday. And in those days it was Carnival Monday. What was the expression of people on the road?
People were congratulating me, calling me their queen, you know, while on the parade in Roseau. And that really made me feel good. So people saw me as their queen. You know, so that was good.
No, here it is. You are a church girl, church-based girl. Found yourself in them people thing. Let's put it that way. Let's use that language.
You
in them
understand,
people
Cecil?
thing. All right. You living in Fly
Rebellious.
City. Living in Fly City.
Rebellious children.
You just being rebellious. Leave them people church and go and do Queen's show. And some people, I can imagine the people in the church saying that God punish her.
Oh boy. I never heard it, but knowing human beings, knowing human nature. That little girl from my Andrew, you see what she gonna put herself in? She gonna put herself in those simple things now they holy her. They gonna punish her, you know, that kind of way.
I can hear Job and David saying that. I can hear Job saying, Miriam, I don't understand Miriam. She live in church and going them people thing. So what she get, she have to take it. If I know Job well, I can hear Job say, what she get, she has to take it. and I can hear David saying, well, at that time, that guy, what's his name? Preacher. You remember Preacher? Preacher he was from the same area with you. Remember Preacher?
I know the name.
Come
The name
on.
rings a bell, but
His sister he's now dead. His father used to work on the port. I'm trying to remember Preacher name. But Preacher used to go to the same church with you. I'm trying to remember Preacher name. So I can imagine Preacher in his own way. Later on he backslided and was drinking more rum than anybody else. But I can hear Preacher too saying, boy, what Miriam think now? You're not accustomed to these people and their high heel shoes, and you go in them people high heel shoe business. So I can hear the church, I can hear the church talking about
raining down fire on me and my family.
What about Mr. McLean? Mr. Mackin, you know Mr. Mackin in church?
Those names ring a bell, but I don't remember everybody.
Well, your sister knew that very well.
Yeah, she will know.
She remember Mr. Brother Mackin.
She stayed,
She remembers. Yeah. So I can imagine, the church themselves felt that you're rebellious. How could you go in this business of the queen business?
I believe so. I was never told so, but I believe so.
So I can imagine, that someone was saying preacher for Macam. Preacher for Macam.
Oh.
Yes, that's what the person was saying.
Yeah, Mama Macam and Mr. Macam.
Yes,
Macam.
The person said McCain, but your sister spelled it the wrong way. She spelled it C-A-I-N, Cain, but the person says Macam. Yeah, Macam. Let's take a call quickly. Good evening.
Hey, Cecil, what's up?
Hi, nice man.
Boy, I could tell you that night, that is the first Queen show I ever attend in my life. And I was there very early to support that young lady. Because I know her in the area, I seen her every day, I know who she wore, everything. Even though she had gone to Fly City, but far by concern was Newtown. And when I see that, and Cecil, I was right at the front. A certain time I find myself all the way to the back for me to take a clear look and watch the crowd. And that girl was completely rip-off. And I never go back to a Queen show again in my life.
Oh my goodness.
That's a King's Hill man saying that, eh?
And who is that speaking, Cecil?
Billy. His name is Billy. You know Billy well.
Billy who?
I can't remember Billy's last name. Although Billy was in class with me growing up as a boy when we went to Rosa Girls School. But Billy is from King's Hill. He's a tailgater on the port. And Billy, since that time, he said he'd never been to 85. That's 15 and 20. That's 51 years. Billy never been to a Queen show after that. Boy, that is something. No, 41 years. Sorry, it's 41, 15 and 25. That's 40. 40 years. Billy hasn't been back to a show. Wow. Boy, Billy, boy, that is something else, boy. No, no. You won best costume. Margaret Rose Latig won the show that night. You all had to represent Dominica. Well, Margaret Rose had to represent Dominica. Did you get any chance yourself to represent Dominica?
Yes, Margaret Rose represented Dominica at the OECS Queen Show here in Antigua. And I went to St. Vincent where they had the first Miss Carnival Queen Show. So I represented Dominica as Miss Dominica in St. Vincent while she came to Antigua. But the irony about it, Cecil, Margaret Rose came to Antigua as Miss Dominica with my costume.
You mean they use your costume?
The costume that was built
Cinderella
and got this costume.
Cinderella. They had to use Cinderella costume.
Yeah.
That is something else. That is something else. So they use Cinderella, the costume called Cinderella, to give to Cleopatra, to give it to Margaret Rose to represent Dominica. So the first runner-up costume is being used in Antigua And what did that costume get? Would you know by any chance? I know
I don't remember.
Margaret Rose won the crown. I know
remember.
Margaret Rose won the crown that year. Also, she won the crown that year, and the costume would have been quite a spectacular costume.
Yeah.
So it helped in making her get that crown. How did you do now in St. Vincent?
Well, I did not place, but I represented Dominica very well, especially in the talent area and the area of the dress, because the dress had to depict something from your country.
So hold that thought.
And
Hold that thought. Someone's on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
Let me say she's a very wonderful person.
Oh, that's a former church member.
Right. I mean, that's saying former. I'm not former. You understand me? And I mean, she's a very great person. Give that to her. I'll call back. But let me say she was already a queen in heaven. That's good for her. She was already a queen in heaven. What's going to be queen on earth for? I'll call back.
Thank you. I know someone in the church. I know the people in the church said that. I can imagine.
I know.
He was a former member of that church. And you know what he said? He was very clear. He said you were queen in heaven. Sabopu. You're going in and people think, so take it.
Dominica said, pass you fast.
I like that one. Felix,
Lord.
that's Felix Thomas, if you didn't know Felix Thomas. Who called? No, let me ask you. So you went to St. Vincent, didn't place, but you had the opportunity to represent Dominica. How it felt, representing Dominica in St. Vincent?
Oh, it was a great opportunity. And, it opened my eyes to travel and representing your country. And, it's only when you're out there, Cecil, and you hear your national anthem, that you're truly a Dominican and a proud one at that. And so my dress, I want to mention, was designed by Anita Bully and Claudia Henderson. That's the name of my chaperone. Claudia Henderson.
I thought it was Claudia because I thought it was Claudia myself. But I just didn't want to call the name because I know she was chaperoning for a number of people.
Is she still in Dominica?
I haven't seen this lady for a long time.
She lived at Goodwill.
Yes, that's correct. Grey eyes.
And when I came home last month, a month before, I said I would ask, about her. But I think when I come back down, I may be home for Independence. I will ask about her because we lost contact. We lost contact for many years. And so my dress was designed by Anita and herself. And it was a Cecil parrot. Cecil parrot. The front of the dress was green and silver, representing all the the waters and so on. And when I turned at the back, the dress, there were two wings attached to my wrist. That was the wings of the Cecil parrot. And when I turned, the Cecil parrot was all its glory at the back of that dress. So that was a very beautiful dress. When I left the stage, you could hear the crowd. When I left the stage after I did my talent, you could hear the crowd. But there were girls who had more experience than I was. Miss Trinidad, Miss Jamaica, Miss Barbados, those girls, and they did very well. So, but I was just happy to represent my country, and I think I did them proud.
I'm sure that there would be someone that would have stayed on your mind, maybe even build friendship with an individual at that international or that regional pageant.
Yeah, well, I remember going to St. Vincent. I met some lovely people. The contestants, we were all connected for a long time. And then something tragic happened a few years after, when Donna Young, she and I were very close, and Donna Young died in that plane crash. It was very devastating to me. And up to this day, Cecil, I don't like I don't like the sea. I would go to the beach and I would go with a book and I would lay on the chair and I would read, I would eat, I would drink, and maybe when I'm ready to go home, I would just maybe take a dip. But I no longer swim out in the water because when the accident occurred and they said they could not find her, I was traumatized. And so I would go to the seashore and I would just be looking, hoping to see something of hers, a piece of the plane, something, but sadly, they never found her. And so that really wrecked me for a little while. And up to this day, I don't like the beach. Don't like bathing.
Someone told me that Claudia Henderson is in the States.
Okay.
She lives in the States. Now, I want to find out from you what in this young lady that really caused you to really fall in love with her.
Donna was a very unique young lady. She made us feel so welcome. She took us to her home where she lived in St. Vincent with her mom at the time. And we just had this connection, this close connection, because she did not speak much. I did not speak much. The others were more boisterous and, outgoing. And Donna and I had this close connection. We were more on the quiet side, so we kind of gravitated to each other. But she was very, 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 very sweet girl.
Maybe you can remember the last set of words that you all had?
When the last set of words we had was when I was leaving to come back to Dominica from the Miss Carnival Queen show. She said to me, Miriam, remember we have to keep in touch, right? Remember we have to keep in touch. And we kept in touch for a little while until the accident occurred, yes. Okay. So I remember her words. It always ring in my head, and that's why we need not Cecil to take persons for granted, because you never know.
I realize you're speaking about Donna. I'm looking at your face. Your whole expression has changed. That means all of those years you're still really feeling that pain of the loss of Donna.
Because I can just imagine, her mom, her family, St. Vincent, they had no closure because they never found the aircraft. They never found the aircraft. And I think there was also a politician and his family on the aircraft. It was one of the small aircrafts. And it's just sad to know that they never got any closure because they never found the body.
Someone said, two people, one person said that it was a very sad Sunday when the plane went down with Donna and a couple of other people. Another person said, Donna Young, the name, that's a name Dominicans will never forget. I remember when that happened, a lot of Dominicans were of the view that let them try hard. They should try hard to get Donna, and because of her personality, I think that's why.
Yeah.
Coming back to you now, your life would have changed. Your circumstance would have changed. Now people are looking at you differently. Greater opportunities can be there for you. How did you now treat your family, knowing that pageant helped you to elevate yourself and to make the name of your family different?
I did not get the question, Cecil.
I was saying, knowing now that you are now into the limelight, you are different. Your circumstance is now different. You are now first runner-up of the pageant in 1985. How did you now take that circumstance of your popularity, your development, to bring it into the family to help develop your family?
Okay, so after the Carnival Queen show, you obtain prizes, whether in cash or kind. And I took that opportunity, Cecil, to bring some relief to my home. with my mom and my siblings. We were still staying in Fly City. But before I go there, so I want to tell you that the Sunday after the Queen show, I told my mother I was coming up to Silver Lake because I had stayed at Newtown for a few days. And Cecil, do you know, the people of Fly City, remember I'm their queen, eh? The people of Fly City started cutting grass, cutting bush from Center Roma corner right up to, well, just below the secondary school. Cecil, they clean, they sweep, they did all kind of things, and the street was clean because their queen was coming. And when I arrived that day, it was pandemonium when I got up there because they were so excited. They were clapping. I was getting hugs, from them. And I was not shying away anybody because I was the same Miriam, So everybody, whether they were clean or they were dirty, they were hugging me. All the boys, Evil Dog, Mari, Ville, everybody was, hugging me and so on. And so I accepted them because these were my people. But to answer your question in a more profound way, I took the opportunity to improve the standard of living in our home. We were the only persons in our home in Fly City to have a telephone because I took some of that prize money and I put in a telephone because my mother was still being sick at intervals, and then I had to. We had to be able to call the ambulance or call somebody, call my other siblings wherever they live, and so we put in the telephone. And being the little entrepreneur that I was, there was a time when everybody used to come and beg for a phone call, and I said, something, that's a way to make a little change to pay for the phone bill. So I started charging 50 cents and so for a phone call. Then part of the money I took and my brother Jonathan, we went to Astafans and we bought a chair set. So our first chair set, Dominicans call it settee. And we bought a 3-piece chair set and put in the house. I bought carpet, I bought curtains, we bought food. So we were okay for a little while. But after that, things started going downhill again because the money can't last forever. And so I made a decision to travel out of Dominica, apart from other circumstances. And that was one of the circumstances that, really.
But before you left,
travel out of Dominica.
But before you left Dominica, I know that you worked as a life insurance agent, a life underwriter.
Yeah.
How long did you work as a life underwriter? I think you worked with American Life Insurance, I think.
Yes, I did. So I worked with American Life Insurance for, I believe it was 2 years. But I worked there for a while. I was trained by Curtis Strong, one of the best in the insurance business.
If not the best.
And so I worked there for a while.
And then your job, you ensured that you, as you said, help the family. But circumstances allow you, or caused you, not allow, but caused you to leave Dominica.
Yes. But before that, Cecil, life became a little better when I started working with American Life Insurance. From Fly City, I moved away from home. I got somewhere for myself. And so we moved back to Newtown area, but we live at Cornwall Street now, at the back of the gas station. And I could have rented a house on my salary. I could have bought food, clothes, and so on. And then I took my family out of Fly City and brought them to live at Carnival Street with me. And from there, I left Dominica and traveled abroad.
And that, oh, you took your family, that means your mom, your sisters, and went to Antigua.
Yeah.
All right. Now, on arrival to Antigua, you must have, Antigua or Montserrat? Where did you go first? I know at one time you were in Montserrat.
I was traveling to Montserrat, and I stopped in Antigua for about 2 weeks, and then I traveled to Montserrat. I left Montserrat about a month after that and came back to Antigua. And I settled there up to this day.
So you in Antigua, you arrived in Antigua. What was the stats of the struggles in Antigua? Because you didn't just reach and get everything done. You had to go through the process.
At the time, that was in 1988. At the time I traveled to Antigua, there were a lot of Dominicans residing in Antigua. I mean, there's more now. There are more Dominicans now. But it was a struggle before I could find a proper job. And I did everything I could. I baked cakes, I sold cakes. I would, at that time, Liat would bring in your boxes if you had vegetables or seasonings or anything like that. And I would send to get those things, and I would package seasoning, side, thyme, sweet pepper, and so on in 5-pound plastic bags, and I would sell them for $5. And I could, feed myself that way. And then about 3 or 5 months after, I saw an ad in the paper in Antigua, and at that time, State Insurance Corporation, they had vacancies out for life underwriters. And I said, okay, that sounds interesting, because then I had resigned my job in Dominica. And so I said, this is a good opportunity for me. And I dressed that day like a life insurance agent. I went with my bag and my documents, and I went for the interview. There were 5 persons to be interviewed, 2 Dominicans, myself, and a young man by the name of Henderson Paul. Henderson Paul, I think, has a business in Portsmouth. And there were 3 Antiguans. And I was called the next day to work, myself and Henderson Paul, and maybe 1 or 2 of the other persons. And so I started working with State Insurance Corporation as a life underwriter. One of the requirements to be a life underwriter, you were supposed to have a vehicle. So I just came to Antigua. I don't have any vehicle. And so I jumped on every public bus that I could find, both at the West Bus Station and the East Bus Station. And that is how I got to know Antigua, by jumping on the bus, and I would just go stop at a village and all things or wherever I would intend to go. And I would knock at every door, house to house, introducing the policies of State Insurance and selling the policies. And I stayed there for a while. And after that, I went to work at a library. I was trained as a librarian, and so I went to work at a library in St. Mary's North, with the Honorable Malvin Joseph. He opened a library in the community. So I was trained as a librarian there. And I stayed there for a while. By that time, I had sent for my mother. My son was 2 or 3 years old. And I sent for my mom because things were really, really tough. I sent for my brother. my brother Benny. His father is Hubert, Mr. Hubert from Kingshill. And so I sent for them. And so my mother came up over to Antigua and resided with me. But I worked with the insurance agency for quite a while until I went to the library. When I was at the library for about 6 years, I saw an ad that they were looking for correctional officers. I said that sounds kind of interesting. So I decided to apply. But prior to that, I had worked with a company by the name of Patrols Limited. Patrols Limited is a security company. And I don't know if you know Jolly Harbour, Cecil.
I know Jolly Harbour very well.
Harbour,
yeah.
Yes, Jolly Harbour was...
that's the white people place.
Excuse me?
Some person says that's the white people place.
Yes. So Jolly Harbour was under the watch of Patrols Incorporated. And I worked as a secretary there for 6 years. But when I heard of the vacancy at the prison, it sounded kind of interesting because I was always a stern person with my nieces and my nephews. And I said, you know, this sounds like something I would like to do. So I applied and I was interviewed and I got in and did the training. So I became a correctional officer for between 8 to 10 years. And at one time I became the welfare officer at the prison. And there I would take care of all the inmates' welfare, their phone calls, taking care of their legal issues and so on, contacting their attorneys. It was a lot. It was very interesting. And at the prison, I saw so many things. I saw fathers leaving their children out there and becoming inmates for years. And being the welfare officer at the prison, I decided to have a conversation with the superintendent. I told him, sir, you know, we have some men up there and I find it hard that they can't get to see their children, you know, so we usually have the Christmas program that I organize at the prison where we would have a banquet in the prison yard for the inmates, and all the hotels would cater and, you know, bring food and so on. And so I became the best beggar in Antigua. At that time, Stanford was in Antigua, and I have a way of setting my face when I beg for my clients. So we used to get a lot of stuff. And so the superintendent told me, so what is it you have in mind, Alexis? I told him, sir, we need to have a special day when the inmates can meet with the children. And, you know, because it's hard to have a baby born out there and you cannot get to see your child and you're serving 8, 9, 10 years. So we introduced that special visit with the children. And I really enjoyed working at the prison. I learned a lot. You know, the inmates respected me. I did quite a lot for them. I opened the first library in Antigua, the first prison library in Antigua, proper library using the Dewey Decimal System. And the inmates would have their cards, they would come and borrow books, and I organized classes for the juvenile inmates who were there. And I just immersed myself in working at the prison and helping the inmates. But then something in me says, so from growing up and seeing, and you know, seeing this poverty my parents went through and having empathy for people, and just this helping thing was just in me. And so I decided to go to Jamaica to study social work. And so I went to Jamaica and I did my first basic course in social work. And then I came back to Antigua, came back to the prison to work. And so, you know, when you're at a workplace, all the time you're not qualified, everybody is your friend. But from the time you decide to upgrade yourself, everybody have you as an enemy. And it's like, oh, you feel like you know more than people, and that was really getting to me. And I said, something, this is it for me. And so because I did my basic training in probation in Jamaica, I came back and I applied to be transferred as a probation officer. And I was transferred to the probation department where I spent 8 years as a probation officer. And after the 8 years, I had many, many clients, young people, adults, and so on. And during my time as a probation officer, I had maybe over 50 clients. And that was a very interesting part of my career. And then one day, the Honorable Samantha Marshall and the director of probation at the time, they wanted someone to manage the boys' training school at the time. And I was called, and I told them, no, I don't think I can do this one. But I visited the boys' training center one day, during my internship and so on. And I saw something that really struck me. It's the young men who were there. I felt that I wanted to be part of their lives, and I felt that I wanted to be part of their rehabilitation process. And then when I was told that asked to go to the boys' training school to manage the center, I said I have to pray about this one, because that one was kind of above me. And after a while, my director came back and said, Alexis, the minister waiting, the minister waiting on your answer, because she has to go to cabinet to tell the prime minister something. And I told her, something, I will give it a shot. And so in 2017, I was transferred to the boys' training school, where I am still working. I was recently promoted as the deputy manager of the center. It was renamed the Dennis Bowers Rehabilitation Center after Mr. Bowers, who was the longest serving principal. So I am there today, and I am doing the interview from my office at the center because I live just down the road. So the driver came and brought me here, which, it's more quiet here. I think the boys are maybe asleep by now. Yes, so this is where I am at today, Cecil, and I'm very grateful. I love Antigua, it's my second home. I love Dominica. Everybody knows that I am a Dominican. I am a Dominican to the bone, I'm a citizen of Antigua, but I'm telling you, I love my country, and I do everything in my power to assist my family back home. And we in the diaspora, we're out there, although we are out there, we still support our families, we still do what we can, to help economically and so on. So I always say to myself, whatever I can do to uplift my country, I will be willing to do that. So I am here today, and I thank God for where He has brought me, and I give my service to my church. Yes, and I went back to church. Cecil went back to church. So I'm also a Pathfinder. I'm a Pathfinder counselor, and I work with the young people at church. And life is a journey. Life is a journey, and I have never regretted anything that I have done. And it just builds you. It builds you for what God has in store for you. And today I can say that although I feel that I can offer more, I feel a sense of gratitude and a sense of fulfillment in where I am today. And today I hold a bachelor's degree in social work and an associate degree in social work, and I also have a bachelor's degree in social work. I graduated with upper class honors year before last, and I am still willing to go the extra mile because I am looking down the retirement tunnel, and I think that I am leaning more to counseling, and I think I will take that route when I do my master's degree in social work, and maybe I'm not sure what I will specialize in, but I'm sticking to social work.
What I would like to find out, how much did the Lakou prepared you for that type of life that you have now?
Well, as I said, Cecil, it began at home with the abject poverty, with the depression my mom went through, with the treatment she got from persons in the community, from her spouse, and the struggle that we went through. We walked that journey with her. And I always said to myself, there's going to become a day where I can give back, where I can put myself in a position where I can help persons, where I can help others to ease the burden for a while, even if through a conversation or leading them to some social resource, some resources that they do not have at home. And I have helped many, many clients who were in situations. And every time I see someone, or I come across someone who reminds me of the situation where I came from within my family, that pushes me to even go further in the career path that I have chosen.
No, someone said, Caesarina Elwin Augustus said that, so happy I tuned in. This was very refreshing. Her mannerism makes you keep watching. Where is it? Her mannerism makes you keep wanting to listen all night. Blessing Miriam. Another person said, I think that is your family. She said, whoa, great story, sis. Your journey is remarkable. We all have the ability if we are willing to do the work. Thanks for sharing.
Yes.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
As I said, I would call back because I know the greater part of a life was behind.
Mm-hmm.
And, I just want to compliment her for her discipline in life. She's the epitome, you are the epitome of success. And you had implemented and make use of all the tools, the relevant tools, to bring you where you are today. And
Thank you.
I don't know if you know who is speaking, if you know me, if you remember me. Which school you went to?
I don't recognize the voice, though.
That's Felix Thomas.
Which school you went to?
The Dominica Grammar School.
Fine, beautiful. So I know you, I know your entire generation, your entire family. I'm a Newtown person. You understand me? And definitely have my connections with Silver Lake as well. And as I said, it's not where you come from. It's what you have made of yourself, and your story have revealed not only an ambition, but as Mark Antony said in his speech, ambition is made of stern stuff.
Yes.
And that speaks volume, determination. It's not that it was just an easy road for you, but you were able to leave the hurdles behind and concentrate not on the past, because you can do nothing about the past, but on the future.
That's right.
And I think you speak volumes for younger persons, because all of us, or many of us, or most of us in life, coming from what we call the ghetto or the Lakous and those areas in which we were raised, not of humble birth, poor families, and have made it to where we are today, can tell the story, a successful story of how we travel through life. Sad but true. Many of our young people fall through the cracks. I think the hard times that they come across, they allow it to really, overpower them. But you have shown that you're able to triumph over every adversity and make a success for yourself that others, many others, not only in Dominica, in Antigua, in Montserrat, wherever you have traveled, you can tell the world by extension a story. Congratulations to you, and I will just keep on listening. May Yahweh bless you. May Yahweh
Thank
bless
you.
you.
Thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. I appreciate you.
You know this gentleman, you know, Felix Thomas. You know this man too well.
Oh, Felix.
Yes, that's Felix. Yeah.
Hi.
Masabin,
Nice to hear you.
Sabin. I think was Shabi was his mother name. What? Masabin? I think was his. I think that's. If I remember, you know. But yes, Felix Thomas
Yes.
from Kings Hill. No, I know that you are in Antigua. How much of involvement you are outside of social work and church in Antigua?
Well, Cecil, I do so many things. I do so many things. Apart from church and work, I give lessons to young persons who need them in terms of CXC subjects. I did that for a little while, pro bono. I do community work. I'm involved with, I am part of I'm affiliated, although I am in Antigua, I'm affiliated with the Carnival Child Support Foundation in Dominica. This is a dynamic group, and I met their founder when I came to Dominica a few years ago to do my internship at the welfare department in Dominica, Miss Amanda Theodore Langley. And so I became impressed by the work that the foundation does. And so I am affiliated heavily with the Carnival Child Support Foundation. But apart from that, Cecil, I am involved in some way politically in Antigua. I have been the secretary for the St. Mary's North constituency for quite a while. That's where the Honorable Malvin Joseph represents. He's the Minister of Health, and I've been with them for quite a while. And so I am involved in some way politically in Antigua with the Antigua Labour Party.
No, I know that you were very much involved and lived in Trafalgar. I didn't hear you mention about Trafalgar and your work in Trafalgar.
Oh yes, I am so sorry to Kaiche. Kaiche, my humble apologies, but Trafalgar is also close and dear to my heart. And I lived in Trafalgar for a while, as I said, when I worked with American Life Insurance. And I started a cultural group in Trafalgar. And I remember I had members, serious members, like people like Joanne and Arthur Bellot, when she was not Bellot at the time, people like Clem and people like Bayford Johnson, and, you know, quite a host of people. And we did a lot in Trafalgar in terms of raising awareness, you know, of culture and so on. And I remember, anybody who knows Trafalgar, there's a bus shed as soon as you enter the village coming from town. We built that bus shed. When I was home last year, I saw them, they were repairing it. But we built that bus stop, right, during the Independence Community Service Day. And I remember DBS, sorry, I'm saying ABS. I remember DBS came and DBS, you know, filmed us and so on. And I organized the first Queen pageant in Trafalgar with people like Evo and Barbara and all of these people, you know, nice young people. And Miss Charles, Eugenia Charles, was the prime minister during that time. And we organized what is called Fet Kai Chi. And Cecil, that was a wonderful year. We got sponsored from Mr. Gabriel. We got sponsored from a host of people. There's this, we had a sports day where we got sponsorship from the people who sold Ovaltine in Dominica. I don't remember.
Was it Hara Agency? Was it Hara Agency?
Hara Agency, that's correct, Cecil. Hara Agencies sponsored us. And we had drinks, and we had Ovaltine, and we had medals, and we had T-shirts, and we had a ball of a time on the playing field. But the most significant part of that year of Fet Kaichi was that we organized a food fair. And the people of Trafalgar came out. And they cleaned from the end of the bridge, coming right up to the village, past the school on the hill. And different persons had their different food stalls. And that was a wonderful year. People cooked different food, the whole Dominican cuisine came out. And the Prime Minister came to the church service where the Carnival Queens were, the Queens were, and she went around looking at the different food stalls. And so we had a very strong group. We put on plays, and I remember distinctly that there was a night we were sitting on the street, because at that time you could stay out late, nobody's bothering you. You know, the young men were very respectful of us. We were sitting on the street and playing and laughing and, you know, just having a good time. And we heard a loud crashing song, and that was the Mont Prosper accident. We heard it from Trafalgar, sitting on the street there, just you know, cooling out, as we would say. But Trafalgar is very dear to my heart, and every time I go to Trafalgar, every time I come to Dominica, I would visit Trafalgar. My aunt Eunice lives at Trafalgar, my sister Marina, my nephew Craig, Kimon, who was born in Trafalgar, he's a bus driver, drive the Canefield route. And I have a close connection with Trafalgar. And it is, the last time I came along, I spoke to Joanne about reviving the youth group, because you have so many young people in Trafalgar, and the place is very quiet. And I think the valley is a very powerful place with people with so many different talents. And I think I am calling out to Joanne and Alpha and all the young people in Trafalgar. Mr. Mack, Honorable Mr. Mack, I'm calling out to you to encourage the young people to get back, you know, to the days where we had culture, and when culture was alive in Trafalgar and in the valley. I see they have a beautiful center, Cecil. Utilize the center. You know, have evening classes, sewing classes, cooking classes, and so on. You know, have a club. The place is too quiet. When we were in Trafalgar, every night the place was not that quiet. I know right now people are concerned about the times that we live in, you know, but I still think that a lot can be done. Everybody is behind a cell phone, a laptop, you know. They need to put down the devices and just get moving again in the community. And we are losing our culture because of those devices. Everybody is in their own home, everybody is in their own space, and that kind of thing. And I think it's time, even in Newtown, I don't know if there's any group in Newtown right now, you know, so I just want to reach out to those communities and tell them, you know, rise up. Young people, rise up and take back your community. Take back your community. You know, there's too many negative things happening, especially in Newtown, in the Harlem area. There were men who used to be part of the Harlem Bombers, who used to play football. Men who, you know, the young men I used to admire and grow up with, and they're now on drugs. I mean, come on. You know, we are better than that. I could have fallen into the drug situation too, because I came from Newtown. I lived in Fly City where they smoked marijuana and they drank rum. So we can do better than that. We can lift ourselves from the ashes and make something of ourselves. And we have to get back to the days where community groups were the way to go.
Someone said,
yeah.
Flora Morrow. I don't know if it's the same Flora Morrow who went up for Queen some years ago. She said, "Hi Miriam, I'm so happy to see you and to hear your great story. Congratulations. What an inspiration. Someone
Thank
said,
you, Flora.
Sandra Norris said, well said. Another person, Nadia Karam said, Miriam is a role model for someone starting now. It's growth of life with discipline. Tina Bella DeRome said that she is a role model for the young people. From the discussion, she could see that she had her plan and her goals, and she indeed achieved them, and still going forward. A very inspiring program tonight. I got emotional once or twice. Well-spoken young lady, and messages are continuing and going on. Thank you for Barbara. We love you.
Thank you.
Great program. Another person said, I was being, I don't think I need to read this one, the eyes were watery from time to time, especially when I reflect on how some of us were privileged while others had to go through so much. Great motivational speaker. Someone said that you're a motivational speaker. And so here you are in Antigua doing your duties as a person to help build and to develop people. In Dominica, when you grew up, we did not see so much of that. People working the way that you are now describing in terms of helping others, because, as you said, the community helped in growing the community, helped to grow in the children. Do you feel today that there is less of that in whichever community that you live in Dominica, in Antigua, in Montserrat? Do you see the community doing less of helping to grow the children? And if you've seen less, why you think so?
Well, Cecil, I can boldly say, in the realms of social work, you see the same thing happening over and over and over. And yes, they say it takes a community to raise a child, but we're living in a different era. We're living in a different era where everybody is for themselves. And this is one of the reasons why I like social work, because you see every corner of society, you come across every type of poverty. You come across every type of challenges that families would face. And to me, it doesn't seem like people care anymore. The community is dwindling behind the television, behind the cell phones. People are not empathetic anymore. You will find one or two, but how it used to be in the Lakou days, it's not like that anymore. And every man is for himself. And so we have to rise up as a people. And as I said, take back our communities, take back our young people, take back our children. I don't know what it is about these devices these days, and young people are have gotten very materialistic. And if they can't change their hairstyle every week, something is wrong. They're committing a sin. And every activity that's out they want to go, and mothers are borrowing monies from their children, not having any regard where the money is coming from, and so society has just leaned the other way, and it is very saddening, because I'm telling you, we are losing our young people, not all over the Caribbean, and you're hearing of the different types of crime, and people are killing themselves because of depression and the rest of it. And so the onus is on us. The ones who, like me and you and the other persons in our communities, in Newtown, in Bath Estate, in Fly City, everywhere, every community in Trafalgar, every community, there are persons who have the ability to step forward and say, something, let us do this and let us do that. You don't have to wait on the government. You don't have to wait on the politician. This is your community. This is your community. And the only reason why we did not form a youth group in Trafalgar when I was there the last time, it was because of time. But I am coming back, Cecil, and I am determined to make an impact in every community that I have lived. Because if we don't do it, we're going to lose our young people. If we don't do it, we're going to lose our communities. And so the onus is on us who have gone through the struggles to pull up the younger ones and tell them, hey, there's another way, there's a better way, And so we have to do it. We just have to do it.
No.
Tell them of our experiences, where we came from. Some persons are ashamed to talk about where they came from and the challenges they had in life,
No.
So we just have to do what we have to do.
No, Miriam, would you say that is something that is embedded in your family? When you look at your cousin Ian Edwards, when you look at your cousin again, Gloria Walsh, and you look at your brother and the things that he does, do you think that is within your family structure?
Yes, I would say yes, Cecil. You see, because going back to the way that you were raised, poverty does not determine who you are or who you're going to be. And poverty does not determine if you're going to be respectful or if you're going to be rich or if you're going to be poor, if you're going to be a nurse, a doctor, a politician, whatever the case may be, right? To me, poverty should drive you. Poverty should push you to be the best that you can be. And in my family, some persons may have had situations a little better. Some persons they would have had different opportunities and maybe a little push to get them further ahead. But my family, my entire family, I'm talking from Sugar George and Glenda and Zena and my sister Miri and Anna Rose and my sister Gemma, who works at Discover Dominica. My brother in America, Jonathan. Jonathan went to Rosa Boys School with the short pants and his slippers, his batter slippers on his foot, and his books in a plastic bag. And today, Jonathan has a bachelor's degree. He's a masseuse. He's a sensei because he always loved karate from the time he was in Dominica, right? Sugar George was always in, that kind of, he's always a hands-on person. When Sugar George left Dominica to go to Montserrat, he took his tool, his father's tools, his hammer, his saw, his whatever, and he traveled with that. And he was always a skillful person, right? And wherever my family members are today, those of us who are a little ahead of the others, but it was always instilled in my family members by our parents to work hard for what we want, right? So wherever we are today, persons who do not know our story and see us in a different light and in a different position should not judge us, right? Because they do not know our story. I know Ian doesn't like publicity, but Cecil, if Ian has to tell you, and Glenda, and Zena, and Gloria, and my other siblings have to tell you their part of the story. You think anybody cried tonight? You think anybody cried tonight? And that is when you hear people's story, then you can appreciate where they have elevated themselves to by the grace of God.
That is profound what you just said, you know. I would like to hear a little bit of the story of your brother who is the sensei, because it seems as if he has made greatness of himself.
Yeah.
So tell us a little of your brother. You said that he went to Rosa
Well,
Boys School.
my brother Jonathan, we used to call him Johnny. Little slim, quiet little boy going to Rosa Boys School, right? And he experienced the same thing that we did. But as a boy, when my father left home, he took the position of the father in the home. And even if I'm a year older than him, we looked up to him. And up to today, we still look up to him. You know, he's the glue that keeps the family together. And so, Jonathan, when we moved from Newtown and we went to Fly City to live, Jonathan was one of the persons who helped to construct Operation Youthquake and helped to train the young men there. And so he was involved in martial arts, and he went that way until he left Dominica and went to America at the age of 19. So he got married at the age of 19, has 3 beautiful kids. His children participating in the wrestling, in the Ninja Warrior. He himself participated some time ago in the Ninja Warrior challenge. But he's highly respected in America.
Someone knows about him. Someone says American Ninja. Before you said that, someone said American Ninja.
Right? And he has children. One of his sons is almost 7 feet tall. But Jonathan is highly respected in America. He lives in Maine, and he has his own karate school, and he has, graduated so many people from his school. The police in Maine, one of the policies in Maine in the USA is that the police officers, part of their training, they must go to Jonathan's school to learn how to deflect. Like if you have a weapon, somebody attacks you with a weapon, they must go to his school to learn how to get that weapon from that person. And so he was saying to us one day, wherever I go, anywhere I go, everybody's like, sensei, because he has his master's belt and so on. And he's highly respected in Maine. He's also and I'm talking about a young man who left Dominica without any subjects. He left Dominica without going to secondary school. And so the same attitude and the same characteristics that I have, he has it as well. And Jonathan is now the chief security officer at the main state hospital, right? He teaches people different ways of, security. He's always there. He would be there to console patients when they're going through whatever. If somebody dies and they're acting up, he's just so talented. And he pulled himself up, and he has a bachelor's degree, as I said, and he's looking to do his master's. And the guy is we just admire him as our brother. Yeah.
You have a sister who works at the NDC. You could tell us a little bit about her.
That's Cyrilla, they call her Siwo. Good night, Siwo. We call her Jen. And so she started her journey in tourism when she worked at NDC, right up by the Bathurst State Bridge. I think she started working there when she was 18 or 19. And I won't tell you her age now because she doesn't look like she's getting old at all. But she's with NDC and she's with Discover Dominica for many years, transitioning from NDC to Discover Dominica. She works very hard, and she loves her job. I admire her, the way she's dedicated to her job. She's dedicated to her church, to Yahweh, and she's just a unique person. And my sister Anna Rose, everybody knows Anna Rose. Everybody knows Anna Rose. Anna Rose spoiled me. When I come home, she would find Kako and she would cook for me. And our family is just a special family. We have our challenges, we have our challenges as family members. But we are family, and you cannot choose your family. You can choose your friends, but you cannot choose your family. And I would not choose any family to be a part of Cecil.
I like how you said it, you would not choose anybody else, you wouldn't choose anybody else to be a member of your family. Basically, that's what you're saying. Thanks God for what He has given you. Were you a choir leader by any chance? Or
no,
your sister?
I was never choir
sister,
leader,
your
but
sister.
I sing on the choir. I sing on the choir at church. So, yeah.
You still can sing very well? Like the days of the Calypsos?
I think the voice is getting old, Cecil. I am 60 years old. And
Doesn't look so.
the voice is getting a bit croaky, but I think I sing reasonably well. My family sings well.
Somebody's on the line.
Gemma used to sing calypso at one time. I think she gave it a shot for grammar school as well.
Let's
I
hear.
don't remember what her calypso name was. If she's listening, maybe she can text you her calypso name.
Yes. No, call her, you're live.
Yes, hi. Good evening.
Good evening.
To you and
Good
again.
evening.
Yes, hi Miriam. I want to say hats off to you. So,
Who is this?
I'm listening. I'm truly listening to. I truly enjoy listening to people's success stories, especially persons who have elevated themselves from the Lakou, and more so one who came from the Tri-City area that carries its stigma. However, there are a few things you mentioned in the story that really struck my inner fiber. And one of the phrase that your confidence that came about from the fears regarding eradicated as a participant in the 1985 pageant. And I did before you got for that. But as we speak on pageant phrase, I wasn't really surprised to hear about the interpretation regarding the winner. But what I took that is very troubling to me is knowing about the condition, the upbringing of anyone, and then extending an invite to persons. I'm just categorizing, making it better, to persons who participate in the event. And then thereafter, you try to rob them of the success. And that has happened not only to you, it has happened to others. That to me is more depressing. Instead, it helps to elevate you, it brings you further down the drain. And that should stop. When people want people to participate in events, think first before you leave. Don't take the person, she comes from Tri-City, and then you bring her into the pageant, and then she becomes a successful participant or the winner, and then you're not giving her a prize position. That doesn't augur well for nobody. And that's why sometimes you're struggling to get people. Furthermore, I just want to say to you, for the family extension and support, I enjoy listening to them. And I wish a lot of us to take a page from your lesson tonight. When we go out there, eating honey and dry bread, but when we leave and we go somewhere else, and then we can eat lobster, oysters, and just name it, we should always think of those as try to get them join you to enjoy the benefits you enjoy wherever you go. And I give you thumbs up for that. And lastly, I know you have a quiet 60 on the page, a milestone, but the only thing about it is it's kind of late, although they say it's never too late to express your thank you to Harlem who supported you from your early days of school, and of course that is part of your structure today because you're now a deputy manager. It's never too late to say thank you, and I continue to wish you well for your future endeavors. Thumbs up to you, my dear. God bless you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so very much, caller, for that contribution you just gave. Miriam, Dominica, I know that you go back and forth, Dominica, Antigua. You have seen some level of development in Dominica, looking at the Lakou, looking at the graduation of Dominica. What's your view about Dominica's development?
Well, Cecil, from my Lakou days, I have resided in Antigua for 33 years. I have a son. My son is 33 years old. No, 32. And he's a pharmacist. He's Dominican, by the way. I made no bones about it. And I told him, listen, boy, when you go back to Dominica, you need to get your Dominican passport. And he's more Dominican than me. He loves Dominica more than anything else. But I must say, Cecil, from the time that I left Dominica to now, going back and forth, I have seen significant development in Dominica. And, sometimes when you're on the inside, you're blinded by a lot of things and your mind is crowded by all the noise and so on, and you may not see what is happening around you. But sometimes it's good to step back and take a look from the outside and see what's happening on the inside. And I must say that although Dominica is not where it wants to be, none of the Caribbean islands are where they want to be, but I must say that I have seen significant, and when I say I make no apology, Cecil, I have seen significant development in Dominica. I mean, we used to live in this little shingle house in Dominica. I don't see any shingle houses in Dominica now, and I must applaud the present government and the Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, who comes to Antigua, now and then, and I've been following the development, in Dominica. And I must applaud the Prime Minister and the government of Dominica for the tremendous work that they have been doing and they're still doing, Cecil. And I am saying, especially when you look in the area of the housing stock, the type of houses that are being built in Dominica and are given to families. I mean, not in a million years we would ever think that Dominica would reach that far in the area of housing. And we all know, that there are families who benefit from that. And there are families who, rightfully so, deserve to be part of that development process in Dominica. And I'm saying, when I drive around Dominica and I see the type of houses, I mean, when Antigua had houses still on blocks, Dominica was far ahead in the construction of proper homes. And you and I will be long gone, but our children and our grandchildren and our great-grandchildren will be there to reap the streams of benefit from that initiative. and compared, I compared the quality of houses to those of my days, and living, as I said, in this tiny shingle house with limited amenities, and persons now families now are benefiting through that initiative that the government is doing, is pushing. And you can turn your key and go into your home. You have flushing toilets, you have water, you know, you have electricity, nice communities. I'm looking at those that are being developed right now, Cecil, and these are very, very good houses. It lifts your confidence. You see, like how I came from Fly City and Newtown, and I went in for the Carnival Queen Show, and I felt like I was a nobody. That is how you feel when you leave, when you reside in an old house here. And somebody comes to you and tell you, take this key, this house is yours. It lifts your spirit, you know? And it only shows that, you know, it is not, I don't only see it as just a construction project. I see it as a broader vision for national resistance and equity, because everybody says so deserves to have and to own a little piece of the rock of Dominica, as Short would say.
Someone just said, I was amazed at the quality of houses as well when I visited Dominica a month ago. So that's not only your opinion.
Yes, it is. You know, and in Antigua, you know, Cecil, government not giving you any house. You have to get your $350,000, $450,000 to purchase your house. I mean, right now there's a project going on in Antigua which will mirror what Prime Minister Skerritt is doing in Dominica for Dominicans, but he's way ahead of us here in Antigua. Prime Minister Brown has the constituency that he represents. There's a place called Booby Alley. Booby Alley is a ghetto, and he was raised in that area. And he said, you know something, no more. People are going to live in abject poverty. My bedroom window is right here. And when you walk through the one single alley, one way in, one way out, that somebody can hear your voice next door, you know? And so the revolution has started in Antigua by Prime Minister Brown, where houses are being built, proper houses as well, bungalows and apartments for the persons in that community. And those houses will be free. But I'm saying that Dominica and Prime Minister Skerritt was way ahead, you know? So the people of Dominica should be thankful. I know everybody may not be able to get what they want at the same time, but hey, if you run your home and you have 10 children, can you buy 10 pair of shoes when all these children are asking for a pair of shoes at the same time? Somebody has to wait. You know, so, but everybody deserves to get a little piece of the rock, you know, and the housing project is an excellent project in Dominica. And I see that more houses are being built and persons have the opportunity to own a piece of Dominica. Another thing that I want to comment on, Cecil, is the international airport. I am so excited as a Dominican about that project, because I know by residing in Antigua what an international airport can do for your country, right? And this international airport will offer numerous benefits to Dominica and Dominicans. You can look at the economic benefits of that project. Some people may say, oh, you know, how long the airport building? A lady met me one day and she said to me, you know how long the airport building is? They're just digging and digging and digging and digging. And I had to tell her, you ever see an airport being built in the sky? You know? So that airport project is going to be, it's going to lift the economic standard in Dominica. It will create jobs, hundreds of jobs, you know, and people need to catch the vision of that international airport. Dominicans need to catch the vision of that international airport. the amount of persons who will be employed. You're talking about an international airport, you know. The airport in Antigua, there's like maybe over 200 or 300 persons employed, or maybe even more at the airport in Antigua. And I'm telling you that people need to put themselves in position to claim those jobs. People need to put themselves in position to qualify themselves to be employed in whatever capacity at the international airport, because the employment opportunities is going to be endless. So you can look at the stimulation of the local economy through tourism, trade, and business activity. The place will be buzzing. The place will be buzzing with activity. Dominicans persons who have never traveled will be amazed to see how that project of the international airport will bring local economy, will bring massive local economy injection into the economy, right? When you have to look at the way that we transport or we ship our local goods, our bananas and so on, just to Antigua and St. Kitts and so on, the international airport will increase revenue through trade. It will open the market. It will open Dominica to the world. And so I am marking that international airport, you know, because when you say I take vacation and I come to Dominica for 6 months because I have plenty vacation.
Just hold your foot. Just hold your foot a while. I just want to respond to some people. I think sometimes we can be unfair to others. We are talking about Lakou, and to a great extent, once upon a time, we can almost say the whole of Dominica was a Lakou. We're talking about our period that we grew up. And I ask you a very simple question. It wasn't a political question. I asked you, what about the development of Dominica? And when I talk about what's the development of Dominica compared to when you were there, is to make the comparison of you growing up as an individual. You grew up as an individual who saw the housing stock the way it was, where you and I lived without bathroom, toilets, running water. That's how we lived. And I asked you, and you spoke about the housing stock. You make the reference of how you saw houses compared to how you were when you were a girl and growing up, and social aspect of it. You have spoken about the international airport, which means that it is showing not a government necessarily. I'm not making any excuses for you, but you're talking about Dominica, and you said to us, catch the dream as people of Dominica, prepare ourselves for. So I want to respond to the people that I did not ask a wrong question. I asked a relevant question that speaks to the Lakou. We are as a people, we must try to open up our minds and allow ourselves to be able to understand the struggles of other people who are now saying where they came from to where they are. The observation of the things that they had when they were growing up to what it is now. So I just wanted to correct the individual that it was not a wrong question. You want to make it political, you choose to make the question political. But you have never seen me or heard me mention anything political in my program. So when you hear me ask the question, how do you see Dominica's development? It's about how she grew up to what it was to what it is now. Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, Cecil, and good evening to, what's your name?
Miriam.
Okay,
Miriam.
Okay.
Hi,
You
good
also
evening.
know things political. I will tell you something, because she talk about tension, about Portram. I born 1960. Those kind of life, I live it in Grand Bay. When I used to carry a Portram on my head, based on people going that river Abasogo and Fro. Walk on that estate, London Dairy, where people have no toilet. So you're not political. What she's saying, it is true. You have to tell them people life was sweet for them, but that's the people. Life was hard like me myself.
I could wake up in the morning and have got a bread to eat. Carry a bunch of fig for 10 cents. Down the road, 5 cents. So for some people, life was sweet. For some Dominicans like Mari, like me, that live in one bedroom house, people in bed. I left Dominica. It's not make me run from Dominica. After Hurricane David, I had nothing. I had not no t-shirt to put on me. A month after Hurricane, I fly. So when people put it in political, that is there. Because life was maybe nice to them, they maybe don't know. But I born 1969, know the hard time. My father worked for $3 a day. I work on Giz Estate for $1.50 a day, 7 to 3. So tell them, stop it. I'm a girl. What you say is the truth, and we support you. 100%. It is true, because I live it. I live that hard time in Dominica. No, life is sweet. No, a child have $100 in their pocket. I used to go to London Dairy by my father for money. $20, $25. So let's be real, and it is true. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, caller. Yes, go ahead, Miriam. I just wanted to correct the person.
Yes, so Cecil, if persons find that what I am saying is political, well, I don't know what else to say, because it's a fact that the airport is being built. You understand? And it doesn't matter whether it's Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit or any other government who were in power. The airport is being built. And we have to call a spade a spade. You understand? And when the airport is completed, although you have naysayers who said that it would never be started, but it is being built. And when the airport is complete, Cecil, you mean to tell me that all the persons who will be employed at that airport, will it be political? Will it be political? You're going to have the stimulation of the local economy through tourism, as I said, through trade, through business activity. All the small business persons who will not be able to have a shop at the airport. But along the way to the airport, Cecil, like in Antigua, you're going to have persons offering different services, different souvenirs, foods, and so on. And I'm saying to Dominicans, instead of staying in the background and making noise, get yourselves ready. Get yourselves ready for action. And as I said, Cecil, I have a lot of vacation days. And if after that airport is built and I come to Dominica for a good 6 months, I am working. I am going to find work. So we have to look at the bright side of things. Despite your political affiliation, despite your views of the government, you have to look at things straight ahead. Yes, things are hard in Dominica, things are hard in Antigua, things are hard all over. And it is going to get harder because we have a man sitting in the US, in the White House by the name of President Trump. You understand me? And when he's going to put levy and taxes on goods that are coming from China and other places, it will trickle down. It will trickle down and the government can do nothing about it. The international airport says so. I am so convinced that this airport is going to change the economic landscape of Dominica. Imagine you have 5, 6, 8, 12 airlines. Look at Douglas Charles Airport, and you have American Airlines landing there. And you're telling me that you have an international airport being built, and you don't think that the airport is going, that international airport is going to bring revenue to this country and the people of Dominica, landing fees, cargo and freight fees. It will open travel opportunities for Dominicans, social benefits, cultural exchanges, and quick response of humanitarian aid. You see how we're open to Hurricane Cecil? And we have to wait a long time to get aid from wherever. With the international airport and we have a crisis, you have humanitarian aid flooding in because the amount of flights that we will have coming in. You understand? So nothing is political about that. Nothing is political about that. And I cannot wait for me to be on the flight, on the first flight, coming in to open the airport. This is an exciting opportunity and development for Dominica. You understand? And I can go on and on. So if persons want to think it's political, but these things are actually happening in Dominica. The geothermal project, the cable car project, the upgrading and the rebuilding of schools, the upgrade of the pension scheme for persons who did not qualify for a pension. My father did not qualify for a pension, and the government ensured that he's receiving, and like many others, receiving some money at the end of the month. At least he can get to buy some form of medication, he can take care of himself in some way. Look at the Yes We Care program. We never had a program like that in Dominica. You understand? Persons used to go to work, their grandparents, stay by themselves. Somebody over there would have to throw an eye on your parents. Dominica is a big place and the whole island cannot be serviced at the same time. But I'm saying that the Yes We Care program is an excellent program, Cecil. Right? I'm not talking, I know persons have their views about the CBI program. Yes, it should be managed properly. But the impact of the CBI program was established in 1993 when the banana industry declined. And look at what the CBI program have done. Persons have their views, and I respect their views that we should not sell passports. But hey, what do? The population in Dominica is small. Do you think we have enough persons in Dominica to pay enough taxes, to fix roads, to build schools, to build hotels, come on. So if persons want to take this as political, well, somebody has to do it, and it is being done. And whether we think that that things are not happening fast enough, jump on the bandwagon. There was a time in Antigua when Antiguans did not want anybody to come to their country. I came home just a few months ago, and persons are cursing about the Haitians. But when you have to look at places like Dominica, like Antigua, where over 10,000 Dominicans are residing in Antigua. Who do you think built your country? Right now, America is suffering, Cecil, because people are being deported. All the persons who work on the farms, vegetables are rotting in the fields. You think Americans are going to do that job? Right now, the Prime Minister Brown is speaking about importing persons to come in to do construction because he's short. He's short of persons. And I think people should look to grab opportunities. Grab opportunities when the projects like this come along. And I am saying again, Dominicans should put themselves in a position, those who can upgrade themselves, upgrade your skills, and get ready for that airport project because it's going to be a blast, Cecil. It's going to be a blast. And when the planes start coming in, and when you want to fly out, well, the persons who are against the airport or have all the negative things to say, maybe they should take a boat to go to America. And maybe that is development for them. But I am saying, as a Dominican residing abroad, whether you want to call us diaspora or whatever you want to call us, on the outside looking in, making a contribution to our country from where we are, I am saying that Dominica is way more developed than when I was in my Lakou days. You see anybody running to the bayside with a pail to empty feces right now? Those are serious things. So, and people need to understand that whether you're blue, red, yellow, or green, development is taking place. And if you don't want to be a part of it, that is your business. But I know I have nieces and nephews and cousins who will be there after I have gone. But the foundation is being laid for them, and they are the ones who reap the benefits. So instead of criticizing and have all the negative things to say about things that are happening right in front of your eyes, be part of the program, as they would say, get with the program, because you will be left behind. So there's nothing political about it, because everything that I've mentioned here about the development I have seen in Dominica from my Lakou days, it is real. It is real, Cecil. So I thank God for my Lakou days and being part of this whole thing, where I can speak on behalf of my country. I can push my country. I can from where I am, right? And I always say I will never not be a proud Dominican. Everybody in Antigua knows I'm a Dominican, you know, although they gave me the passport, but everybody knows I'm a Dominican. And I think it's time we as Dominicans lift our country. You know, I always say, everybody cannot support the same party. Everybody have a right to their own political views and who they want to support. But sometimes, Cecil, sometimes Dominicans remind me of the children of Israel. And I say it all the time. Look at where we were after Hurricane Miri, going back to Hurricane David days. And Dominica get those disasters over and over and over because of our landscape. And you know, you're seeing that every time that there's a disaster, development takes place. You cannot be blind to those things, you know. So I am happy to see where where Dominica is today in terms of development. There's a lot more to be done. There's a lot more to be done, especially in our health care. There's a lot more to be done in every aspect. But I am saying that development is taking place. And I make no apologies, because everybody can see that development is taking place. Whether you want to close your eyes, whether you want to blind your eyes to it, some development is taking place, right? I remember when we used to drive by Woodbridge Bay, and you look up in Fokole, where my sister lived and where my father used to live at one time. You would see houses on sticks or on posts or whatever you want to call it. Right now, driving by past Woodbridge Bay, and you look up to Fokole, it's all big houses you're seeing up there. That is not development. Well, if that is not development, well, I don't know what is. When you have families building 2, 3-story houses. People who came from abject poverty. People who are not affiliated with any political group or anything like that, and people are working. Dominicans are hardworking people. And when you look at where some people are today from where they were, isn't that development?
Let's take
Is that political?
Let's take a caller quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Mr. Joseph and Miss on your program. Cecil, I just love to hear that lady speak. You know, she speaks very, very openly, diplomacy. And I believe she talk about social work. Maybe sometime when she come around, she can help the people to develop the human resources that are around them. Because there's a lot of resources that she's saying when the international airport built will be useful, because I work sometime with a foreign businessman on the north of Marigot. As he was saying earlier on, we cannot let government come and build up our village. We have to do it. And it's just the same thing she's saying, you know, the foreigner who came and invest, what he does, he use the river with the tube, and he take the cruise ship people down the river for a certain price of money. And we just didn't understand how to do it. So what he's saying is, well, I was telling Cecil that earlier on, look at Grenada, with what the Americans is doing to Grenada with the shipping fish to the U.S., something like $50 billion a year, and the president blocked it. So what she's saying that makes sense. And I was telling Cecil, just as you were saying, you have to take care of Rosso, even our tongue. I mean, people like he that have the experience as a former mayor, he could help the Tolerate, even for the independent coming up, to do some more sanitizing work in the city for washing down, try to get some of the dogs off the street to make the capital look a little bit more viable, block up some areas where they put in the rubbish, like they could put a concrete structure. Just as you're saying, the community development have to start within the people. I from Marigot, I do some work in tourism. You know, no cruise tourism coming to Marigot, but like I said, I work with a foreigner and come and do some development. We bring cruise visitors to Marigot. And when I was growing up in Marigot, along the airport, you would have a lot of little shops from the fire station on the both sides, people from Marigot, Wesley. But since that things changed, you have one big shop at the airport. And I believe what she's saying there, we have to understand what she's saying. We have to start somewhere. Have a good night, ma'am.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Miriam. Yes. So you're saying, you continue?
Yes, Cecil. So I was saying that all we need to do, Dominicans need to do, is just to position themselves, you know, because the projects will end and persons will be employed. And if you're going to consume your time with criticizing and saying this is political and that is political, well, you'll be left behind.
And that also helps people like you in social work. The less crimes that you can see and the less frustration and depression that you can see for any society, it makes your job even easier.
Indeed, it does.
No.
And Cecil, I just want to touch on a culture shock I got when I came home some time ago. Now people are criticizing the Haitians and they're planting all the food and this and that and the other. But so there's a culture right now in Dominica, and it's sad. And I'm not saying it's all of them, but a lot of the young men do not want to work. They do not want to plant. And if I have a plot of land and it's there just growing grass, and a Haitian comes and says, you know, I can work that plot of land, what am I going to do? And I went to the market and people were discouraging me from buying from the Haitians. But I'm seeing myself in Antigua and Dominican vendors reside in Antigua. Most of the vendors in Antigua are Dominicans. And the Antiguans buy from the Dominicans. the Guyanese, the Jamaicans, Antigua is a melting pot. Antigua is much smaller than Dominica, but the population build your country. I hear people say, oh, the more people come, you wouldn't find work to do and so on. But let me tell you something. When people travel from abroad, they travel from their country and they travel to another place with a determination that I'm going to build myself. What about you who reside there? Why is it persons can come into your country and make it while you sit and just make noise? It makes no sense. It makes no sense, Cecil, and I think it is time that we as Dominicans start to think sensibly. Because our young people listen to us, Cecil. And we are breeding a generation of young people who will behave just like us when we are gone. And the cycle will just continue. The cycle will just continue. I think we need to change our mindset. We have to change our mindset, how we do things. There's no respect in the society right now. People think they can just say anything, use indecent language, say what they want about any and everybody, and expect the young people to behave better. It doesn't matter if you don't like me. It doesn't matter if I don't like you, but I deserve respect from you and you deserve respect from me. And young people, there's a culture that is being fed in Dominica.
Just hold that thought quickly.
Of disrespecting persons in authority.
Just hold that.
It's all over the Caribbean,
Just hold that thought a while. Let's hear what the person has to say quickly. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, Cecil.
Good evening.
And good evening to you.
I don't want you to be long because it's already after 11. She has to go to work tomorrow.
Okay. I just want to say congratulations to the lady, and many of us have gone through the same experience. But it's a good thing that Cecil giving you a flower. What you're doing there is a thing that's a very special thing. You see that Lakou thing there? To get the young people, that born just the other day to know what's going on. And you must give them the whole education. If you don't give them the whole education, boy, you'll get them people would know where the roots stem from. And I'm very happy about that. You see a lady like this. You see you in Antigua. I think you give Antigua enough service. You have to come back home and set up something. No, I'm serious. I'm serious. I'm serious.
You look like you're peeping. You look like you're peeping at my card, man. You're peeping at my card.
You need to leave a certain time and come back home and do your due. You see the international airport coming there. Let me tell you something. People underestimating that. You ever going through that international airport, Antigua, and see the amount of people that employ there? And in the outskirts, you have restaurants, you have gift shop, you have this, you have that, taxi drivers. My brother, I am even frightened about when that international airport finishes. Cecil, you have to go in the constituency and tell the people, get ready. In all types of people that have security, this, that, airport control, plane control, direct. So in other words, now people in Dominica have to get the people and tell them, get ready. I mean, even government and the PAL reps, the 21 constituency, get people ready for that airport. You know what's going to happen? If we don't get people to train in Dominica for that airport, foreigners going to take those jobs. And when foreigners take this job, all still around crying. Cry for what? That's what's going to happen. But there's a lot of spillover jobs for that airport coming down. And I do see the amount of people that we're not getting them ready. Just now the airport there, So all now, whether it's in the college or whether it's in the village, you have to train them by night. And you know something? That thing of Dominicans working from 8 to 4, the government should find a way where people have to work from 6 to 6, night time, and that sort of stuff. So in other words, now, even when the airport is on, the international airport, you'll have flights coming all hours. So it will be like a culture workshop because Dominicans don't like to work on long hours. They don't like to work in the night. So it'll be a problem for them. And let me tell you, ladies, something. Dominicans don't like to work. They refuse to work. They don't want to work again. I tell them, if they have fast money, they're not in that. But fast money brings them problems. So I'm telling you, ma'am, get yourself ready and come back home to give your services for Dominica. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Your brother is on. Jonathan Alexis is on. He says to you that he's listening.
Night birds, you're up late.
Yes, Miriam. Coming down, I'll give you another 8 minutes. That's fine with you? We end at 1:15?
No problem.
All right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes. No, Miriam, we looked at Dominica on a whole, and you just made the point that you have seen Dominica graduated from where it was to where it is now. What do you have to say to although I've heard you make mention of some things to the young people, what do you want to pin your hands on to advise young people now in Dominica?
I just want to, first of all, talk to the parents. I know we have a lot of young parents these days. These days, children are making children. But I know persons who grew up in my time, Lakou days, the parents have instilled good values in us. And I am pleading with persons who were born around my time to start something in your community, one at a time, one person at a time. And if you can take one young person in your community and mentor that person, if you have 15 adults mentoring 15 young persons in their community, you will see the rippling effect. But I want to tell young people, especially the young people of Dominica, first of all, be proud of who you are. Be proud to be a Dominican despite your challenges, despite the fact that you do not have everything that you want to have, or everything that you need to have. Because I am 60 years old, I'm not dead yet, thank God, and the poverty didn't kill me. I did not have a cell phone. I did not have a lot of things. And I am still here today. My family is still here today. I just want to encourage the young people of Dominica to hold your head up high despite of your challenges, despite of what you're going through, and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Nobody can do it for you, you know. Nobody can do it for you. You have to tell yourself, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to achieve. And by God's grace, you can achieve it. Right? We grew up in Newtown, Charlottesville. We grew up in Flying City, Trafalgar, wherever, Buffett State, wherever you're from. Something good can come from your community and make that something good or that someone good you. Make that someone good you. And tell yourself that this is what I want to do and I am going. You have to speak life into the thing. You know, that's why I love to write. Up to now, I have a notepad on my bedside table and my lamp. And when I get my little inspiration in the night, I would turn on the lamp and I would write of things I want to do, even now at the age of 60. Right? And when you write it down and you see it in front of you, you know, I always challenge my clients to make what you call it's a board. It's I don't remember the name right now. Maybe Jonathan can help me. It's a board, a vision board. And the vision board is where you see yourself. You can say, where I see myself 10 years from now, 5, maybe not 10 years, but 5 years from now. And you can say, 5 years from now, I want to achieve obtaining a degree. 5 years from now, I want to be able to do this and do that. Whatever it is you want to do, draw it and write it on the vision board and put it on your wall and look at it. And every morning you wake up as a young person, tell yourself, I am going to achieve this regardless of what come my way, regardless of what challenges I have, regardless of if I don't have any food to eat, regardless of if I have to take some glow show wak tea and drink it, but I am going to school to do. I am going to find myself in a place where I'm going to achieve those things. You will have bumps along the way, you know. It's not going to be an easy road. You're going to have bumps along the way. But when you put it in front of you, and I don't know, like these days, young people don't like to pray. Whatever your faith is, believe that it can be done. And you will achieve it. You don't have to be like everybody else. You don't have to follow the crowd, because we did not follow the crowd. I did not follow the crowd, although I strayed a bit. Jonathan did not follow the crowd. Gemma, Jonathan, Marina, Anna Rose, Ian, Sugar George, Glenda, Zena, my other family members. We did not follow the crowd. We were poor little people. But we made it true. We had a vision, although we did not build a vision board. I learned that in social work. But we had it in our minds that we were going to lift ourselves out of poverty. And although we are not where we want to be today, we're in a much better place than our Lakou days. I say, God bless my Lakou days. God bless our Lakou days, because it built character. It built us, right? And I just want to encourage every young person, every young man, every young woman in Dominica. Open your eyes and see what is around you. Don't listen to all the noise. The noise will drown you. Rise up from where you are. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. This pity party that we go around, the economy hard, yes, we can't get nothing to do. Stop it. I'm not saying it's not hard, but pull yourself up by your bootstraps. You can do it, you have it in you. You have it in you. And I always say, wherever I go, Cecil, and I can be of help to someone, give a word of comfort, you know, maybe guide somebody to the resources that they don't have. Let my testimony or my Lakou days be of strength to you, because it was hard, but we pulled through. So
just before you go, I just want to read what your brother said, Jonathan. He said, I feel America TV has negatively impacted Dominica. Dominican people are scared because they do not have the opportunity as others do. How do we educate and support people? I counsel, and how that is not as easy as people think, or people do, sorry. But teaching them to do is the key. Teaching them is the key. How to set goals, plan A, plan B. Brenda Alexander said, Cecil, what another great program. Miriam, I suspect people wanted to say Miriam is educated, informative, inspiring, listening to your journey through life, up to the present. Thanks for sharing your experience and knowledge. And your brother Jonathan had
You're
to say,
welcome.
you will get better results if you teach people to teach rather than telling
Yeah,
them how to teach. Telling them to
that's right.
teach, yeah. So just want to say thanks, Jonathan, for that inspiration. I think he wanted to use the word fish. So he said, you will get better results if you teach people how to fish than just telling them how to fish. All right, so thanks very much for that.
Mhm.
And someone said everyone is born with talent. So as we conclude, give us your last words and tell us how you felt about the program tonight.
Oh, Cecil, I'm elated. I want to thank you so much for the invitation. I was a bit reluctant at first because I don't like, I'm sure the whole of Dominica see that I have grown out there a little more than when I used to be the Carnival Queen contestant. But I do try to take care of myself. But I just want to thank you, Cecil, for the opportunity of being on Lakou this evening. I am not an early sleeper. I am up late, so this is this is all the timing is okay for me. I want to thank the Dominica and the diaspora for listening to me this evening. My family, who were very excited that when I told them I was coming on the program. I want to encourage everyone to just continue to live your dream despite your challenges. And I just want to thank the government of the present day for the way that they have, developed Dominica in this significant way. And Cecil, I want to thank you. It's a very excellent program. And I just want to let you all know that I am Harlem girl, Silver Lake girl, Dominican to the bone. And I love my country despite the fact that I live abroad. And whatever I can do to develop my country, the powers that be can just call on me and I will make myself available. So once again, Cecil, thank you. And I wish everybody a good night and God's blessings. And I pray that, in the morning you will wake up with a new perspective on life and that you will just reflect on this program tonight and make life better and change the mindset that you now have to something more positive.
What is brilliant about this program is that people are still interacting, people are still talking on social media as the program is going on. I just want to say to you, thank you very much. I enjoyed your story and your advice that you gave to so many people. I think you, as someone said, you can be, and if not, a motivational speaker. And I really did appreciate all what you said tonight. I think it's a learning example for those of us who are planning to be something that we would like to be and thinking that things are preventing us from doing it. You have given us a good lesson. And so I want to say to you, thank you very, very much, and hope that someday your brother Jonathan himself can be on the program, because hearing you talking about Jonathan, I think I would want to have a conversation myself with him so that he can be on the Lakou and give his experience to speak for 4 hours like you did. And I'm sure that your cousin Gloria...
So before we go, I just want to big up the communities of Newtown and Back Estate, Silver Lake and Trafalgar. And there's a very important family in Newtown who was a very integral part of my life, the Oscar family. I want to say hello to Iselin and Joan and Hilda and everybody else of the Oscar family. We go a long way.
Dalton.
And I have them close to my heart.
And Dalton. You forget Dalton?
Dalton is Shirley's son.
No, I'm talking about Elise.
Brody and Shirley, Joan Oscar, the entire Oscar family. They know I love them still, and I know they love me still.
I like that. I like that conclusion.
Ellis and Dudu and so on.
Thank you very much.
Good night, everybody, and thank you again for listening.
Thank you again for being my guest, and you're a very good guest tonight. And let's continue doing what you are doing for Dominica. Let's tell people about our lives. It's important. It's a motivation for others. It really helps the other young people who are behind, those who thinking that they have struggles. Hear the story of the people who are now the forefront. Some people see the glory, but they don't see the struggle. And I really want to thank you very, very, very much, Miriam, for what you were able to contribute to the program tonight. And God bless you, and have a nice night.
Thank you, Cecil.
Right, thank
Good
you.
night.
Good night. Well, we just from speaking with Miriam and giving us a very good program, a very good account of herself. And I did appreciate, all of what she said. I just want to say to her, continue doing well for yourself, continue doing well for Antigua, where it's your home now, and continue ensuring that you have Dominica at heart, so that whatever you do will also impact that to Dominica. One love, and continue staying strong. Just want to say to us, I say my bye-bye to you. We go across now to BBC World Service.
That's where they sleep.
And today, they'll do whatever.
Meaning are open-minded. When I say open-minded, I will send you the craziest I have.
The authorities in Dubai concluded that Monica died by suicide. In Uganda, Monica's family gathered for a memorial service. They could not afford the repatriation costs from the UAE, so don't have her remains, and desperately want to lay her to rest at the family farm. Her relative, we're calling Michael, also wants to prevent other families going through the same pain.
This man holds many girls in his custody. They have the mothers, like Monica. If you bring this man to justice, you can save these young girls.
We put these allegations to Mr. Mwesigwa, who said they are all false. He said he only connects girls with landlords, and they follow him to parties because he knows wealthy people in Dubai. He denied that Monica was indebted to him and said he hadn't seen her for 4 or 5 weeks before her death.
That report by Renato Selena. Even as Brazil braces for yet more US sanctions, its president has said his country's democracy and sovereignty are non-negotiable. President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva, writing in the New York Times, said the Brazilian Supreme Court had been right to find his predecessor, Jair Bolsonaro, guilty of trying to stage a coup, despite the Trump administration's attempts to stop the trial by imposing tariffs of 50% on many Brazilian goods. Our America's regional editor, Leonardo Rocha, told me more.
He's reaffirming his position that Brazil's sovereignty won't be negotiated. He's referring, of course, to the tariffs, sanctions imposed by the United States over the trial of Jair Bolsonaro, 50% tariffs on hundreds of Brazilian imports. Call it a unilateral, wrong decision and unfair. But he said Brazil is willing to negotiate, the United States don't want to negotiate, and everyone will suffer with that. But he said one thing we don't negotiate is our sovereignty and the country's democracy.
And Lula is also saying that these tariffs are illogical given that the US has a trade surplus with Brazil. But Mr. Trump has made it clear all along that these tariffs were political, that he's very angry over this trial in which his ally Jair Bolsonaro has now been found guilty. Where do we go from here? Because it's unlikely that Donald Trump will respond positively to this overture by Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva.
It's very unlikely. I mean, what many people have been saying here is that whatever Lula had done or said wouldn't have changed anything because President Trump was determined to have a go at the Brazilian government. Bolsonaro is only part of the story here. I think it's to do with the blockade or the sanctions that the Brazilian justice system did against Rumble, which is President Trump's company, and against Elon Musk's X the last year. I think it's very important also to notice the geopolitical aspect here. President Lula has been getting closer and closer to Russia, Iran, China, and that is a big concern for the United States. And he keeps saying that the dollar shouldn't be the international currency, and many things that are really going against everything that President Trump stands by. The United States hasn't yet appointed an ambassador to Brazil. There's no diplomacy. There's no interest on both sides. And what I think will come in the next few days, everyone believes that, and more sanctions against Brazil and individual sanctions against the judges that voted to sentence President Bolsonaro.
Leonardo Rocha. Tributes have poured in for the former world boxing champion Ricky Hatton, who was found dead at his home in Manchester in northern England on Sunday. He was just 46. Police are not treating his death as suspicious. Sporting stars like David Beckham and Tyson Fury have called him one of a kind and a legend. Nicknamed the Hitman, he was one of Britain's most popular boxers. But after retirement, he spoke about his struggles with mental health and drink and drugs. Will Chalk, who interviewed him in 2018, looks back on his life.
When I got to Ricky Hatton's gym in Manchester, knowing I was about to meet a boxing superstar, I was expecting this huge aura of celebrity, a huge ego about him. But I was wrong. He was, as basically every tribute that's been paid to him says, the most humble, down-to-earth man you could imagine. He was floating around the gym, training with young fighters, giving them tips and sharing jokes with fellow boxing legend Tyson Fury, who just happened to be there on the day that I showed up. Now, I was there to make a documentary about YouTubers becoming boxers. And Ricky's take on it was, in short, if it's good for the sport, I'm all for it.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether you're a professional boxer, whether you do mixed martial arts, or whether you're just a regular guy that has a passion for the sport, has a passion for boxing, and if he wants to give himself the opportunity to give the fight game a go, he deserves a shot just like everybody else.
Now, raised in a pub on a council estate, Ricky Hatton was proud of his hometown of Manchester. He made his boxing debut at the age of 11